Okay, awesome. Everyone, welcome. Thank you for being here today. And thank you to Dell for sponsoring this. We're here to talk today about the future of computing and what that looks like. And so, who better than Dell to kind of talk us through that future? Before we begin, I think Mike had a couple words before we officially kicked off. If not, we'll catch him at the end. Okay. No, I think we're just going to go straight into the panel. Thank you all for being here today. I'm Rachel Joy Victor. I'm the co-founder of Fabric, which is focused on finding tools for the future of content production, looking at what the role that AI plays in that, and kind of creating for that future. Really excited to have with us here today Alex Porter, Erin Riley, and Skylar. I'm forgetting your last name. Thomas. Alex Porter and Skylar are part of our cohort in Fabric, where we are incubating startups that are building the next generation of creative tools. So we're going to have some introductions, and then we're going to jump right in.
Fabulous. Thank you, Rachel. I'm excited to be here and to share a little bit about what our company does. I am the founder and CEO of ModTech Labs. We are an automated API-first solution for content generation and optimization. So for us, it really means making sure that we're playing back content at the highest quality for whoever is consuming it, whether that's a big LED wall for virtual production or something else, VR headset, you name it. And we have a quick video.
Yes, we do. There we go.
The jams.
Awesome. Thank you. Erin?
Sure. Hi, I'm Erin Riley. I'm a professor and the founding director of Texas Immersive Institute here at UT Austin. I am a serial entrepreneur and an experience designer, helping to teach the next generation how to create experiences for immersive experiences in the future with XR, including one of our sponsors is Dell Technologies. So it's kind of nice to be on the panel.
Hi, I'm Skylar Thomas. I'm the co-founder and CTO of Playbook XR. Playbook is a collaborative spatial sandbox for media and entertainment. So we're cross-platform, collaborative, no code. Really, the point of Playbook is to allow creatives, regardless of their technical background, to communicate spatial concepts and collaborate with their team.
Awesome.
I'll show a little demo.
Awesome. Well, I think the exciting thing to talk about today is everyone's probably been hearing about, talking about AI for the last year and a half, 2 years. I feel like at this point in a bit of a frenzy. We're going to kind of go a little bit past what's being commonly discussed. I think we're talking a lot about generative AI in the public conversation, but we want to kind of go beyond that to think about what are other forms of AI? How are they going to kind of impact the next generation of experiences? So, Alex, can you talk a little bit about like how you're thinking about AI, what you're seeing kind of as the other layer that takes us deeper than generative?
Absolutely. So where we tend to play, because we are an AI-powered solution, is actually on the less common side, particularly around taking existing data. So that could be a model that someone built. It could be photogrammetry, a grouping of photos, could be videogrammetry, a grouping of videos. And we actually enhance that. So we're using models that we have trained and deploying those to make other people's content higher quality. And so it really is about not only allowing people to use their creative vision, but also that creative vision doesn't have to necessarily not be grounded, in like reality, right? We want to be able to take this plant here and put it into an experience. We want to be able to take a performance of a ballerina or something and put it into an experience. And you can't do that very easily unless you're able to actually reformat it and make sure that it's going to play back effectively where you want to see it. And again, for us, it could be a screen or a screen or a screen or something else that we don't even know about yet. It really is about that sort of multimodal format of how are you deploying your content.
I think the where you want to see it piece is really big. Can you talk about like what that means and like how does that intersect with what we're talking about when we talk about Edge AI?
Absolutely. So transmedia application, right? That's one word for it. That's the word that we've adopted. I know that there are a lot of other ways that people talk about it. But, for I think any type of content, we work a lot with entertainment and media like studios. So if you're thinking about, content that you put into a movie, that's incredibly high quality content that would not play back well in a game engine. It would not play back well on a phone or even necessarily on the web, right? And so you have to be able to reformat, repurpose, and tweak those things effectively. And part of that is the compute piece, of course. You have to be able to compute it in a quick amount of time, and you have to be able to use the resources that you have. I don't know about all of you. I have a server farm, but not everybody does. And so the reality is you need to be able to actually functionally convert those things in a meaningful way that is affordable and quick. And it's that deployment across all of those devices and channels that I think will make things more approachable and make it easier for creatives to really apply these into any type of experience.
Speaking of experiences across platforms and transmedia kind of experiences, Erin, you're kind of one of the experts on transmedia. Can you talk about what that looks like in the context of spatial computing now?
Yeah, sure. I completely agree with you. I actually have a lot of clients who come in, and as an experience designer, they're saying, we've just done something for a dome, and we need to, from a business standpoint, how do we actually start taking that material across other channels? So from an experience side, you're really trying, in a spatial computing standpoint, avoid latency. No user wants something that's going to like hiccup along the way. So being able to take something from a dome and then being able to put it out into the streets. So I'm walking along and perhaps there's some sort of brand activation tied to a major story franchise. And how can I like be walking along and the screens on the windows now become live, and because they perhaps are connected to my phone, because we're talking about interoperability, I can actually have some personalized message shared with me that will hook me in to go into that retail store and dive deeper into that story. Another thing is like thinking about autonomous vehicles now are available to take a lot of that entertainment and then put it back into like us on the go. So when we're not having to drive, we can actually take the music from the experience experience. Take the stories and the characters, sit next to them. And what's lovely is with spatial computing is it's focused on occlusion, right? So it's the shadows are there, the 3D objects are there, the depth is there. I feel like I'm having a relationship even though it's a digital character. So it's a blending of the physical and digital and voice environments that makes me feel like as a user, I am now part of that story. And that's very personalized.
I think the great part about how you're framing spatial computing, Erin, is like Apple obviously released the Vision Pro. I don't know if anyone has had the chance to try it and take it for a spin yet. But I think in the context of Vision Pro, we talk a lot about like spatial computing as being about like 3D or kind of 3D interfaces, but it kind of goes beyond that, right? It's really about that phygital blending of physical and digital, and like that contextual experience that like meets you where you are. So as you mentioned latency. I think that's a big thing that we need to think about for responsiveness, right? Like the great thing about spatial computing, what it can really offer is the ability to feel like the experience is responding to you, that you're having something that knows who you are, that knows where you've been, but that's not really possible without latency. And so I think that kind of takes us back to optimization. Can you talk us through a little bit about like what's behind the scenes with optimization? What are the things to think about?
Yeah, so from where we sit, we actually have a tool set that is built on our primary sort of API. It's called ModOpti. That tool specifically is actually focused on a couple of really low-hanging fruit pieces for optimization. So we're talking meshes and textures. And what that means to normal humans, which I am not anymore. Meshes are essentially what I like to think of as the skin or the bones of your digital asset. So it's what sort of creates the form, if you will. And textures is what gives you the color, the look, the feel, right? Whether that is skin, whether that is hair, whether that is some other type of material. And so those two things typically can be done in very high resolution where they cost a lot of compute to functionally play back, or they can be optimized in a way where they play in a lower resolution. Hopefully not as visually different, but definitely less on the compute side. So what you want to do is you want to keep the look and the feel of the asset really very high quality visually while minimizing the amount of compute that you're using to do it. And that will help with the latency, right? The smaller the data packet is, the more effective your processing and pushing of the data is going to be as you're trying to experience it in that sort of real-time world. And so for us, there are a ton of other ways to optimize data. There's everything from lighting to the way that your scenes are laid out. We work a lot in real-time, Unreal Engine, Unity Engine, and other types of formats like that, but there's a wide variety of other ways to do it. In the old school, you would render these things out and then they would just be sort of fixed. And so we're seeing a lot of opportunity to sort of improve all of those things by just increasing that processing power, making sure that the look is high quality and the compute and the playback is really low latency.
So Skylar, with Playbook, because you're building something that's across browser and headset, you're thinking, and you're trying to facilitate real-time collaboration, you're also thinking about lack of latency, right? Because you don't want people who are in different contexts to be seeing things out of sync. What are ways that you're thinking about what optimization looks like and how it can facilitate collaboration?
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of this, like when in designing a cross-platform experience, the reason why we did that in the first place is because we keep in mind that there's certain work that's better done on desktop in that familiar medium, and then certain work that's better done in an immersive context. I really tried to lean into starting with, 2D is a very precise and constrained mode of input, and it's also pretty standard. Everyone is used to how to interact and how to collaborate in that constrained XY axes. And then, when we move into 3D, we can't pretend like those are at all the same thing. They're fundamentally different, but they need to work in harmony. 3D is just an inherently more human mode of input, and it's more gestural. And in doing so, you're going to want to make sure that the latency and that responsiveness that is kind of contextually aware. Trying to make sure that our XR editor was really responding to the user's breadth of input while not making them feel out of control or imprecise, or now likely they can't collaborate with someone who might be on web and coming from a different another platform.
Yeah. I think that's super helpful for us to kind of start framing the edge AI piece, right? Like, how are we thinking about optimization? How are we thinking about reducing latency, so that we can have this type of responsiveness enabled? I want us to spend like maybe the rest of our time talking a bit more about like what does that then enable, right? What are those types of categories of experiences? And Erin, I think you started to get into it. I think when we think about spatial experiences or contextual experiences, a very kind of low hanging fruit example that maybe some of you have participated in if you've been to Universal, theme parks, Diagon Alley, when you're thinking about like IoT, if you have your wand and you stand in a specific space, you wave your wand and you're able to trigger something magical, right? It's a really magical feeling that's enabled by something that's local and contextualized. That's very like the baseline of kind of experiences that are possible, right? The next generation version of that is, oh, I'm not just, it's not just a universal experience that everyone gets to wave the wand and the same thing happens. Yeah. Depending on my progression, right? Like maybe I worked my way up in the wizarding ranks, or maybe I'm Harry Potter or I'm Dumbledore. The world is going to respond a little differently to me, right? So the responsiveness isn't just about being there. It's about you as a person being there in that experience. Or maybe it's about taking in real-time data input of like, oh, it responds differently if it's a sunny day versus if it's a cloudy day, right? So I think that's kind of one layer, right, of how, as we start to think about how responsiveness evolves, it can take in more contextual information. Erin, I know you have lots more thoughts on this.
I have a lot of thoughts, and I also have a lot of prototypes in my lab. Well, one of the things, just going on the IoT, because I think that's really important as we move into spatial computing, is that it's not just the digital assets that are being overlaid, but they're interacting with sensors. And to create the personalization, one of my prototypes in the lab is this experience for children called Winklebeans, and it's little wooden monsters with magnetic interchangeable pieces. But what's great about it is the toy becomes the controller. So we're used to our kids today having game controllers, but now their toys can be the controller, and without latency in a 3D world, spatial world, those toys now can actually interact with the entire story world coming out and playing on our bedroom floor or on our living room floor. Now, there's 6 Winklebeans, so every one of us could actually have a different character, and we could interact with this story, and the story would evolve based on our manipulation of our toys. So if you were ever in like Toys to Life, like with Skylanders and things, like that was just like a basic what's happening when we start moving into spatial computing and playing from a child perspective. And I always go to children because that's the generation that's going to adopt this the fastest. They're the ones that are like, oh, if they're having a good time understanding it, their families and their parents are going to be like, buy that and buy more of that, right? So that's a good one. There's another example of like just going to thinking about IKEA. Everyone's probably used the IKEA app, and it's augmented reality where you're like, oh, let me decorate my apartment, right? So now we're going to Gen Z. They're moving out, they're getting their own apartments. But now they don't even need to do that. They could be in the retail, having a great experience, and just with natural user interface, not even touching a controller, I could change my whole environment different than what Skylar would want. And I think that's really important. We could have a debate on like, no, I want it blue. No, I want it green. And it could change right there automatically for us. So it's a great kind of multiplayer, participatory nature of getting us back into those physical spaces, not just on our digital screens, to engage and participate in how we change how we live and learn and work.
I was just going to add to that. So we've been using Playbook a lot with filmmakers recently for use with previs and storyboarding. And, because you're constrained by the assets you're able to bring into, especially like an immersive scene, as you were mentioning, we are using AI to kind of bring it to that higher level of fidelity. And what that's enabled, kind of, this has been played around with more and more as it's, the latency has been brought further and further down, is you kind of like do this dance with the AI because it's reacting to you, and you're able to kind of like riff off of it, and you might move a cube in a certain way, and you're like blocking your scene, and the character looks a certain way, and I'm like, oh, I see that, and now I can kind of adjust for that. So that kind of immediate back and forth has created this kind of new dynamic where you're interacting with something that's both you and it's also not you, so it's known, it's also surprising, and that has been really interesting to see, specifically the filmmaker users being able to kind of leverage that for their storyboards.
Mm-hmm. I was just going to add, user-generated content is a whole other, additional spectrum that plays into both of those use cases, and at large into, gaming, into other creation of different types of immersion and education. And one of the things that we also sit in on the user-generated side is content creation. And so for us, a lot of that has been experimenting with the acronyms of machine-generated imagery. Okay, so I'm talking NERFs and Gaussian splats and those variety of things. And the reality is they're bringing the bar down significantly. It was really, really challenging to actually be able to take all of the images and compile all of the images and process all of them and get out something really functional and beautiful to be able to put into, experience. And now that bar is coming down because the capture side itself has been made more simplified because the machine learning can sort of overcome some of those issues. And so I think that there's a whole other spectrum of things that'll be happening on the creative side that will just add to all of that as well.
Yeah, I'm teaching a creativity and AI workflow process class right now, and moving into character generation and 3D world generations, and it's amazing how quickly someone who doesn't feel like I'm a creative, I have ideas, but I'm not an artist, all of a sudden can jump into this space and participate.
And I think one of the great things about like what you're talking about with enabling the kind of real-time world capture, right? Mm-hmm. That becomes a big piece when we start thinking about, going back to the idea of like emergent experience, right? That comes out of having a good amount of data that understands who the self is, and then data that understands what the environment is, right? And so when we're more accurately able to capture the environment, we're more accurately able to respond. And I think the great part is like, it's also moving past narrative, right? It's not just a narrative thing. It's not just like for play experiences. It's very functional, right? It's I have 45 minutes in between appointments. My next appointment is like a 5-minute walk away. What do I do with the 40 minutes? Yes, I could be scrolling on my phone, but also how am I like pushing that experience to the physical environment? How am I being aware of like, this real-time capture, knowing what's happening contextually in the environment around me and being like, oh, over there are flowers blooming and you can go smell the flowers, or over there's an event happening, go pop in, right? That's the type of kind of contextual experience that's enabled with that category of responsiveness. I know we're running short on time, but I want to make sure we talk a bit about like how do we make sure those things happen? How do we build those tools of the future to support those kind of experiences being built, right? Because that's a new kind of category of experience. Skylar, can you talk a bit about...
Don't worry about rushing. This is too good a conversation.
Okay, great. We can lean in. I love that. Yes, sorry. Tools that help us build these types of things. What are considerations on that end?
Yeah, and again, I think and touching on it earlier again too, really making sure that we were saying parity, but again, it's just really like playing up to that kind of superpower that user who's coming in, being able to both switch context. So we've found that our users using the web editor in 2D are using that for the more like longer term, more detailed work, where they're able to kind of like from that God perspective plan out their scene. If they're blocking a shot, if they're planning a level for a video game, you can have that abstraction and that remove, and that's really useful. Like there's a reason why we all day long we still sit on laptops and phones that are removed from our faces and bodies. But then when you're inside of the experience, you are able to kind of have that contextually aware and responsive experience, being able to maybe capture a shot with like you're physically holding a camera. Oh, I can see now at this scale this doesn't work. I need to adjust this, and you really get that more gestural, more human perspective on whatever you're building. And so being able to switch between those contexts fluidly without breaking that feedback loop and breaking that momentum creatively was a big goal that we had in designing the actual interface for Playbook. Kind of like when you go to set up your desk and you go to set up at your desk in a different location. It's not the same, but you have a feeling for what the system is, and you know like what to expect. You're not like having to stop, pause. Okay, what was I doing? That was a big thing. So in building Playbook as a tool for enabling immersive experiences is really what we shot for to capture.
Yeah, because I think the exciting thing is like if we think about how our memory operates, our memory is very spatial, right? And so when we lean into spatial tools, we're able to kind of tap into that perceptual understanding, our proprioception, the way our body moves and operates. I think a really interesting thing about kind of where Playbook is evolving to and kind of where we see tools evolving to in general is being able to support that type of experiences not just as like a static thing, but with like real-time data behind it, you know, with digital twins, with that kind of whole aspect of types of experiences. Erin, do you have some thoughts on digital twins?
Totally do. Let's just check this down. What I love is like what you're describing is embodiment, right? We're not just using our hands anymore. We're fully embodying the movement of the space. And from a digital twin perspective, if you understand what digital twins are, we talk about it a lot with the cities. Cities are now creating digital twins with all the different sensors in a space. But I like to think about the research I'm doing is more digital twins of the self. Like we've already quantified ourselves. Right? How many of you are like me that has something on your arm tracking all of your data? But now that data can actually be connected to my avatar, and and I think one of the first was Ready Player Me that actually created an interoperable, persistent avatar that allows me to move across different spaces. So I have Professor Moxie in the world out there. As I start putting more of my quantitative self into my digital twin, I'm hoping that one day it will teach my classes. I mean, like that would be great. Let me just duplicate myself and it go off and do things on its own. It could go to a conference, so that way I don't have FOMO anymore. And then it would report back to me, which is actually, I was literally at another panel yesterday and someone was saying, I really want something to do conferences and like go back and report to it. And I'm like, I can build that right now. I can already build that right now. That's a great startup. Let's do it. So think about how your avatar not only is just something that is like a cute thing you replicate year over year, but it becomes kind of like an extension of yourself. Like Marshall McLuhan talked about that these tools were an extension of our hand. And he was right. Like in the 1950s. Now we're just talking about that it's not a tool, it's actually a representation using all these tools of ourself out into that digital world, into that spatial world where it can come alive.
Yeah.
And for us, you know, where we sit is we see ourselves as an enablement tool set. So we are not the ones typically capturing the content. We're not the ones typically deploying the content, but we're a layer in between, middleware, for those who know that term, where we sit and we are enabling not just artists, but also people that have an artistic vision and a creativity that they want to explore and put out there, but they don't know all the tooling layers. They don't understand what a secondary map is if you're creating something for a game. They don't necessarily understand what meshes or textures are, but they know that they want their content to run effectively where they're playing it back. And so for us, that really is where we sit, building this suite of tools that makes it easier and faster for you to do those down and dirty, like technical pieces, to actually deploy that creative content where you want it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think from what you're saying, Erin, about the quantified self, right, and like these experiences that support us and enable us to live better, that's something that has to follow us around, right? It's something that has to be on our desktop devices, something that's also on our smartwatches, and that's one of the things I enjoy when we talk about optimization is I think there's like one view of optimization, which is like, it's just about like, you know, upscaling and downscaling assets. But I think the philosophy behind it is it's the right format at the right time. So it's pushing all that, like worry about that to the back end, but then making sure that there's this experience that feels continuous, this experience that feels responsive, this experience that feels persistent. As we look forward to like the future of edge AI and spatial computing, any kind of final thoughts of like what you're excited about to see as we move more towards this future?
For us, we're just really digging in on creating more functional algorithms that can run on any computer, right? I mentioned earlier, you know, we don't all have servers at our beck and call, but the reality is, you know, computers, personal computers are becoming more and more effective at doing these types of things when the tooling is built to function on those computers. And so that's where we're sitting, really making sure that these things can be deployed to any system and that all the systems can effectively recognize the content at its best quality.
So I think where we are is actually finally turning a corner. I wrote a lot in my past about how how we've had to code switch our entire life, right? We've had to move between looking at our screens and then participating in our digital, and we've always wanted this seamlessness between blending our digital and physical world, and now it's available right now. So a lot of the things that are on my shelf in the lab can finally come off and become a reality. I would say if we were pushing it even further, I always remember one of the design fictions that we worked on with Corning called Day of Glass. It was from 2012, and it was a persistent world where from the moment I woke up all the way with my doctor to going and playing and going out at night, I had kind of this like layer that was fully present and persistent and connected with me. Not that it was an overload like we see in so many dystopian movies, but it was just what I needed in order to kind of like support me in my day and make it feel more personalized to who I am versus to who you are. And I think that's something we're all looking for.
Kind of in a similar vein, it would definitely, so with Playbook, obviously, so the goal was always to allow creatives to take the idea in their head and get it out onto the proverbial paper so that they can share it with their teams. And I touched a little bit on the real-time AI rendering and how that kind of like tenfold, communicating that idea in a higher fidelity. What we're kind of looking towards, like what is like that 10 years in the future version of that kind of fluidity, being able to be inside of an experience and see it, reacting, to your thoughts. If I am dragging out a character, it already has that contextual awareness of what are the physics of this room that I just put this character in. It already might know the sounds, the animations, being able to like fully build that world and build it in, with the speed of thought. That is going to be really exciting to be able to be inside of that. So that's something that we're actively running towards. Not there yet, but yeah.
Yeah, I think that's all super exciting. I think the thing that I get excited about whenever I think about what it means to design for the user, we are thinking about multiple categories of what it means to be a user, right? There's one aspect of like the business model, right? Of like, this is how the person wants to spend money. There's the aspect of UX of like, how is this functionally supporting the user? And then there's an aspect of play, right? Like, what is the character identity of this person within this experience? And infinitely many more layers of that, right? I think in the future, as we think towards responsiveness, we're going to, because of where AI is headed in terms of being optimized for each platform, we're able to kind of have that full circle, right, of the loop of capture level of user data, of environmental data, using that to build a responsive experience and all feeding back in. And I think that's the great thing about where we're headed. I'm excited to see how that evolves, and I think you all, as being part of that conversation, are going to be part of making that happen. So thank you all for being here today. Thank you, Skylar, Erin, and Alex. Thank you, Grit Lively, for hosting us, and Dell and NVIDIA for sponsoring this.
I'm just.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Lively and Grit Daily House. I just want to say that last panel was really, really good. So watch it on kind of live stream and the VOD. But it's so exciting because us Lively is a creative innovation agency, and we have always believed in this sweet spot between physical and digital. And just from a personal point of view, you know, it takes me back to when I was doing music festivals, back showing my age in like 2004, and making kind of TV shows out of it and websites out of the content around that live thing, to then see those journeys evolve into things like actual live streaming, to how people just wanting to connect more and the use of social media, and now just to see, thanks to the innovation with companies like Dell and NVIDIA, that all of this stuff is so connected. And yeah, whoever came up with the word phygital probably came up with the word experiential, but I'll go with it. But it is just so kind of exciting to see that these worlds are going to start to come together. So that takes us very nicely into our next conversation. Lucas from Arc Runner. Let's give him a round of applause.
Hello, everybody. Do you want me to talk for a bit, or are we just going to chat?
No, I don't want you to say anything. I
Fair
just
enough.
want you to sit there.
That's what most people want.
I do want, of course. Somebody's going to have to stop this talk because I'm really excited about this one, because Lucas and I caught up and we got introduced on a call that I thought was going to be like a 2-minute introduction by Cynthia from Dell. But the minute this guy started talking, I totally geeked out, got very, very excited. And so, Lucas, tell us about yourself and a little bit about the background, and then we'll get into the really good stuff.
Hi, everybody. I'm Lucas Wilson. I am the principal lead with the Royal Ballet Opera in the UK. No, just kidding. I'm the founder of a company called Supersphere that has been around for about 8 years. I say that we do all the R's: AR, MR, VR, XR, whatever R anybody else comes up with. And really, my passion since I've been a little kid has been the intersection of technology and creativity. When I was in school, when I was in junior high and high school, my two biggest loves were computers and music. So the crowd never knew what to do with me. The jocks never knew whether to hang out with me because I was in the band or beat up on me because I was head of the computer lab. And that's sort of the career. That's the path my career has followed. I went to music school, and I've been at various times in my life a professional musician, an audio engineer, a video editor, a compositor. I worked for about 12 years in biz dev and sales roles in software companies, culminating with worked with James Cameron for about 2 years as his VP of sales in his 3D technology company. And that was the best and the worst job I've ever had. Don't piss Jim off, just mental note. And about 8 years ago, right before, actually longer than that, I had to look it up a couple of weeks ago. And the first VR project I produced was just over 10 years ago. Shortly before the Facebook acquisition of Oculus, I saw my first Oculus experience, and it was a Frankenstein beast, and it looked like crap, and it felt like crap. It was awful. But I put it on, and I'm a child of the 80s. The very first thing I saw when I put it on was Dave Mustaine, lead singer of Megadeth, playing guitar in his backyard, and I was like, and I looked around, and I was in his backyard. I was like, this is awesome. And it just hit me at a very visceral level of how communicative the medium was, and I decided that that's what I wanted to do. So I started producing VR projects when nobody knew what that meant. I just raised my hand and said, I'm a VR producer, and people was like, okay, come do this. So I started doing projects, got more of them, had to hire people, had to build a company. And Supersphere has been for the past 8 years or so, we've done primarily live, multi-camera, multi-geometry live streaming. I'm a marketing professional, you can tell. And what that means is that we can take HD, 4K, 8K, 180, 360, mono, stereo, mix it all together, do a multicam live shoot, and distribute it out to VR and non-VR locations. We've done about 250 odd shows, everybody from Paul McCartney, Billie Eilish, Post Malone, Kanye, Offset, Young Thug, down to places you've never heard of and people you've never heard of. Right before the pandemic, we actually did a takeover of Mohawk, and we broadcast in VR 100 bands in 4 days, and which was a lot of fun. And we have a tool called Arc Runner. I'll stop talking in a minute, I promise. We have a tool.
Give it all away.
We have a tool called Arc Runner that about 3 years ago or so, our artists that we were working with were asking us to put them into fantastical environments. We've worked with Steve Aoki a couple of times, and he was saying, I want to perform in space and throw pies out into the audience. We were like, okay. And what they were asking to do was virtual production. They just didn't have the language for it. And we looked around to see if there were, virtual production, if anybody knows virtual production, you probably know that it's very easy to do bad virtual production. And it's difficult to do good virtual production. It's expensive, it's high-end, it takes a long time, and it's very, very specialized. And we looked around for tools that were not so high-end, and we couldn't find any, so we wrote our own. And Arc Runner is a spatial performance platform, or the GarageBand of virtual production, as I call it, which allows people to put themselves into spatial environments, set up stage, lights, virtual cameras, and go. From the time my goal for Arc Runner was always that anybody launching it, from the time they launch it to the time they could be broadcasting in VR with a good-looking show, was 5 minutes or less. And I'm almost there. I can do it in 5 minutes or less, but I'm almost there. So there you go. That's what I do.
Thank you very much. And that's the end. If there's any questions, no. So basically, look, let's pull it back a sec, because what I'm really interested in, because although you've done far more things than I have, but there's some similarities in our journey. And I was lucky enough to do one of the first UK launches of Oculus with Virgin Media at EGA gaming event and stuff like that. And I think for me, I've always said I've had an identity crisis, because I come from the live arena. You know, I used to do tons of stuff in music festivals for brands and concerts and stuff like that. And we've now called ourselves a creative innovation agency, and actually one of the strategists from Adobe yesterday, who's on our talk, asked me, what was the difference between creativity and innovation, and what roles did they play? And I was kind of like, well, I think they're one and the same thing now, because the thing that got excited, and it sounds like you got excited, is when you're in this world, particularly in live, because live, if it's on the marketing side of things, can be quite a difficult thing to measure. But it's all about connectivity. You go to a gig to meet people, to watch a band, and all of those sort of things. And so how, from your point of view and the journey you've been on and now getting to kind of Arc Runner, what role, because it's interesting, you said you're not a marketeer, you talk about your product and your stuff like that, but where is this intersection between creativity and innovation, and how can creatives leverage technology like yours to kind of evolve?
It's an interesting question. I've always thought that any kind of creativity is I guess it depends on how you define things. I've always thought that creativity is innovation at its heart. You're always creating something new and reaching out to an audience. I believe that immersion matters. That when you are, regardless of what art you are involved with and what creative discipline you're involved with, the more that you can involve an audience in what you're doing, the better. At its very core, any kind of creative endeavor is meant to elicit an emotional response of some kind. And you are always in a feedback loop between presenter, performer, and the audience in terms of doing things, getting a response, doing things, getting a response, and altering your presentation or performance because of that. And the more you know about technology, the more you know about the things available to you, the more you can be inspired in that moment to be able to say, hey, you know what, we didn't do this for this show, but maybe for the next show we can leverage in, I'll just say it, blockchain and NFTs. No, that's the only time I'm going to mention it, I promise. You can leverage in all sorts of different technologies to do something for the next time. I mean, I mention blockchain and NFTs sort of jokingly, but there's a platform that we've worked with called Illuvio that is a blockchain streaming platform that does it sounds like sort of, who knows, what is that, right? But what it is a very, to me, doing a show, it's a very high quality streaming platform that allows you to drop in creative elements arbitrarily during the show and reach out to an audience in that way. Anything that can reach out to an audience in that way is important to elicit that emotion and to pull the connection between performer and audience closer together. So, but if I weren't hanging out in geek spaces and learning as much as I can, then it wouldn't have occurred to me to say, oh, you know what, that would be cool for this concert that we're doing here. Especially in the VR and XR world, there's so much innovation. I always say, well, I don't know any, when somebody asks me, is anybody doing this? I say, well, I don't know anybody that's doing that, but that does not mean that there's not somebody that's going to announce tomorrow somebody that's doing this. It's impossible to know everything that's going on right now. It's an incredibly exciting time, I think, to be in the creative space because it is so hard to keep up. Because every day you wake up and if you're paying attention, you see something and you're like, well, that's cool. And then you think, how can I include that? So the line between creativity and innovation is blurry, and I'd say almost non-existent these days.
100%. And to be honest, that's kind of ties in what the whole point we're doing this event and why actually a lot of people, because we started doing events like this, but just through a podcast, and it was about creativity and innovation. And people started asking us because we, in theory, are a live event company. And so people were like, why if, and that label of experiential. And they were like, well, why are you talking so much about tech? And our whole thing and the whole purpose of kind of our rebrand 6 years ago was this sweet spot between physical and digital. And to your point, what we're trying to do, and thanks to Dell for this incredible morning, because hearing the last panel, hearing from you, it hopefully will motivate creatives to know that these things are possible. And I think one of the things we've learned is trying to tell, creatives and agencies to kind of like think about the ideas, but then connect with the people that actually know how to do it and let them work it out. Don't you worry about the tech, just worry about the idea and then kind of bring it into this sort of a mix. The thing that you and I talked a lot about was there's the minute you go from a physical event into something digital, the cynics or the lovers of live suddenly are kind of start to be negative. You can't recreate the feeling of let's just focus on gigs because that's where we're both from. That feeling of a gig, you can never recreate that. You've got some interesting points of view on that and some personal experiences, haven't you?
Sure. So there's always naysayers that are like, well, why do you want to do VR? And you're either people in the music world are like, you're going to take my audience from me, or nobody is going to want to watch that. Both of those are false. I mean, I happen to be wearing a T-shirt today of I went and saw a performance at the Gorge last autumn of Brandi Carlile doing her thing, and Joni Mitchell performed. It was the first time she had performed live in 20 years. Had performed in that kind of a setting in 20 years. It was her first scheduled live gig in 20 years. And if you've never been to the Gorge, it's this open-air amphitheater in southeast Washington State. It's electric. It's a beautiful, beautiful place. And just by virtue of the fact that it takes a long time to get there, if you're there, you're a super fan because it's not something you do casually. And I will tell you that there is no experience that I can create, no matter how much tech I have, there's no experience that I can create that will match the atmosphere in that audience when Joni Mitchell walked on stage and she sat down and started singing California. And there was tens of thousands of people, and you could have heard a pin drop. Everybody has had, I think, the feeling of being at a gig and being at a concert, and the lights go down, and there's that feeling of electricity when the artist is about to come on. I do not believe that can be replicated in any kind of virtual environment. But what matters is that if you think about just put in your head for a minute. A movie or a piece of music that you love. Think about a movie that you love. Now think about looking at that movie on your iPhone. Now think about looking at it on a big screen in your living room. Now think about going to your friend's house. Everybody has a friend that spends too much on their AV system. Go to that friend's house and they have the surround and they have the big monitor. Think about seeing it there, now in a movie theater, now in IMAX. Same piece of content, very, very different emotional responses that it's going to give you. And I believe that that extends to headsets and to immersion. I don't like headsets. I don't wear headsets very often because I think they're uncomfortable. And I think that most people think they're uncomfortable. But you have to see beyond that. You have to see that they are a temporary technology manifestation of something that matters, of an immersive presentation that matters. And when you are in a headset, when you are in an immersive space, what matters is that excuse me, it's the same thing as at a live gig. You're not focused on anything else. You're focused on that presentation, and you're focused on what's being sent to you. You're not focused on the screen in front of you. And, oh, here's a phone, and here's something else, and here's something else. You're focused on that. And again, everything that I do comes back to, does what I'm doing help foster the connection between a performer and the audience? Does it make that connection closer? If it doesn't, then to me it can be discarded. I think everybody here, thank you so much. I think everybody here is familiar with, especially in our field, there's an awful lot of technology masturbation. There's an awful lot of technology for technology's sake, that you see somebody make something and you're like, that's cool, and I cannot think of a single use case for that, right? And that is uninteresting to me. It is, I always have the mission in my head of, does this foster the connection? Does this foster the emotional connection between a performer and an audience? If it does, then it's valid and it needs to be followed. We're doing a thing with, we've done a partnership with AMD in which we are using their systems. They have this technology called CVML, again, marketeers, CVML, that does real-time depth segmentation, right? What that means is that I can throw away my green screen. I can put a camera on a performer and be able to remove them from the background and put them into a virtual environment that we're building and be able to do that live and in real time. That is a valid technology. Even though it's at its beginning stages right now, I'm very into that and pursuing that, because if I can get rid of green screen, then fantastic. People can perform and be at home in their own element without having all this crap around them. So that matters. So I have no idea where I started with that and where I'm ending.
Well, I'm going to help you on that. Don't worry.
Great.
Don't worry. So the other bit that you discussed, though, because I got a confession to make. We run an agency that is this sweet spot between physical and digital, and my business partner does the live streaming, and I've always believed in kind of broadcast and stuff like that. The one thing I had my doubts about was, like you said, the headsets, especially when, there was a particular big business that launched out of the UK that was going to, signed up all these VR deals. And for me, when I experienced it, it almost gamified the experience too much. And the key thing when you go to an event, any event, whether it's a concert or something like this, is, yeah, great, of course, the people on the stage are important and it's hopefully good content, but it's that connection that you have just before and just afterwards, and that conversation. You make friends, you learn even more. And I never thought you would get that. I always was like, well, we're just going to be isolating ourselves with these goggles. But you changed my mind, because you had sounds a bit weird, but you had an emotional experience with goggles. Yeah, sorry. That just came out really badly. Can you tell us about that, please?
My emotional experience with goggles?
Yeah.
Anybody underage here? No, okay. So the, there's a couple of different stories that stick in my head about the power of immersive media and about the power of connection. And one of them is that one thing that I think it's important to remember is that nobody in here is under 18. And I see a lot of gray hair, and I see a lot of people that don't recover so quickly from hangovers. And I am one of those people, right? A lot of the stuff we're creating is not for us, right? It's for the people that are going to have buying power in 4 or 5 years, and how they are going to connect. So that was brought home to me in that we've done a couple of shows with Billie Eilish, and she's lovely, and Phineas, they're lovely people. But we did this one show, and a buddy of mine that runs a visual effects company in LA, his daughter at the time, she was, I think, 11, was like a huge Billie Eilish fan. So, you know, I got him sort of the secret decoder ring so that she could be in a headset and see us do sound check and see us do all the stuff that we do to prep with an artist before the show, so she could do that. And so she did sound check, and she thought that was really cool. And then she saw the concert that we did with Billie Eilish, and she loved it. My buddy sent me some pictures, and it was all very nice. And then he called me like a couple of days later. He was like, "Dude, I got to tell you this." And I was like, "Okay." He was like, "My daughter was the cool kid at her school the next day because she had seen the show the previous night. She was the one that went to the concert and had seen the concert and was cool because of it. And it was a VR concert." And I was like, "Really?" And he was like, "Yeah, man." She came home and she was like, "Oh, that was awesome that I went to see the Billie Eilish show." She was the cool kid, right? She went to the show. And to this day, she still calls the Billie Eilish concert the first concert she attended. So that had a huge impact on me. The first concert I attended was Kiss, and I was very young. And what was all that weird smelling stuff in the air around me, right? And her first concert she saw was in a headset, and it was Billie Eilish, and it made the emotional impact to her that to this day, she's I think 17 or 18 now. To this day, she still calls that the first show that she saw. So that to me was like, okay, I think this is cool, and I'm doing it because I think it's cool, but we're designing for them, not us. And we are designing for a generation that is going to share in volumes, in 3D spaces, all this stuff that's cutting edge right now, and we're all talking about volumetric scanning and volume performances, and that's going to be second nature to the next generation of media consumers and creative consumers. Can I just keep talking, or do you want me to stop?
Well, the bit because no, this is great. There's three tiers to this question, because the other bit was the fact that because talking about my paranoia of people having an insular experience of just putting a goggle on and watching it. You went to a virtual gig, and you said you actually like.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Sorry,
That's all right.
I knew I was missing something. So
Just shows I remember our conversations.
Amazing. So we've done a lot of work with Meta, and we've done a lot of live streaming, VR live streaming work with Meta. And when I first saw the beta of what was called Venues, which was Meta's VR live streaming experience, when I first saw the beta of Venues many years ago, I thought, this is what in the 8-bit hellhole is this, right? And I thought, okay, this is silly and it's not going to work. But hey, it's Meta and they're paying us money to do cool live shows, so I'm on board, 100%, right? Love a PO. But then something happened. Is that I went into the headset, and all the 8-bit avatars that were around. If you've ever been in Venues, you know it's about 20 to 30 people per what's called a shard that are in a virtual venue, and then it's like the world's biggest IMAX theater, and the front 180 is what we're broadcasting, the back 180 is rendered in the headset as the experience. And there were all these avatars in there, and then something happened that I didn't expect. The lights went down, and I felt a little bit of that same thing that you feel when you're at a live gig and the lights go down. Even the 8-bit avatars, Meta has actually done a very good job of encoding just enough emotion in those avatars that you can read people, that you can read excitement, that you can read emotion. And you can hear everybody talking, and then the lights went down and everybody got quiet. And there was a little bit of that same feeling. And when the first show we did with Meta was Vance Joy at Red Rocks a long time ago, and when Vance Joy came up, people started cheering, and everybody ran to the front of the virtual stage, and it was a little bit of that same experience. And I did not expect that. I was like, well, holy shit! I was like, this is cool. And then it just built from there. The bigger the shows we did and the more stuff we did. Because if you think about it, if you have a VR headset and you are going to a specific app at a specific time to see a specific artist, you're the definition of a super fan. So everybody in there was there for the same reason, to see the same thing, and it was a little bit electric. And then we've done shows with Billie Eilish, Post Malone, some big artists, and same thing. we did a show with the Foo Fighters that actually broke venues. There were enough people going into the headset at once that it actually crashed the platform. So what was supposed to be a wonderful night for me of sort of celebration, because it was a hard gig, was supposed to be a wonderful night of celebration was instead Foo Fighters management texting me with very unfriendly things. And because the platform was down, right? And their artist was looking bad. I got it, but it was unfriendly. They said mean words. So anyway.
But and I think that's something that's again, it's come out over the last couple of days. You know, we chose the title "Staying Human in a Digital World" specifically for these reasons. And actually, the talk I was having with X and Emily this morning, the need to allow people to have conversation and create these little micro communities and communities where they're actually engaging. And I think that's what frustrates me over the years about some of the creative use of technology by people that I personally don't think get it, because, like, you know, they're and actually, yeah, the social media channels have picked up on it, and I think we talked about it like the NFL is, yes, it's being televised, but oh my God, the conversations that are happening on channels like X is where it's really interesting, because these and I think that's what a lot of the promoters don't understand is, you know, I had some, you know, and don't get me wrong, you know, the gig is the most important thing, but their fans, and this is why, you know, we had a great time with Virgin for 17 years activating the headline sponsorship of V, because we made sure we looked after the audience. Yeah, the promoters did the gig, but we made sure all of those people connected, had a good time, and understood the sociability of the brand, I suppose, is kind of key. So let's kind of use the last section to kind of get into the actual product and the tech, because, you know, and you gave us a little overview in your in the introduction, but talk us into a little bit more detail about Arc Runner.
Oh, sure.
That's why we're here.
I was like, what product? Oh, my product, right. So Arc Runner, ARKRUNR on YouTube and all the socials. Please like, subscribe, and whatever the third thing is that people say. The Arc Runner is something that we build a volume. We build a 3D world, and you can pick a 3D world, and then you can put yourself into that 3D world as either a video layer or a volume. We support both the Microsoft open source format, which was Metastage is the company that people associate with it, or volograms. And then then you can set up lights and virtual cameras and then live stream. And we're building it for the future, because everything that we all have shared with our phones and our gizmos, everything that we've done for the past 100 years is a 2D slice of a 3D world. We are all taking flat pictures. Sometimes it's stereoscopic and left eye, right eye with some depth, but we are all taking flat pictures and flat video representations to share into the world. That time is coming to an end. We are now just being able to start sharing volumes and sharing 3D experiences. I'm sure if you're here, you probably have heard the phrase NERFs and Gaussian splat and some other things like that. There are fast technologies that allow you to capture volumes and be able to share those volumes. And then the next step after that is being able to step into those volumes and being able to interact in those volumes. And that is the world that we're moving to. And it's coming, I think, a lot quicker than people realize. And again, looking at the next generation of media consumers, why would you share a flat 2D image if you can share a 3D volume and interact in that volume? It's like for us, for everybody in this room, why would you share a black and white image when you can share a color image? Why would you share a thumbnail when you can share a 4K image? Immersion matters. And kids and people are going to be able to do that. And it goes way beyond performance. I mean, one of the things that we're doing with Arc Runner with the company is that in what I call LPW, Lucas's Perfect World. In LPW, we want to be the Live Nation of the immersive world. What that means is that we're actually reaching out to places, and we are buying licenses for virtual representations of spaces that no longer exist. Studio 54, CBGBs, places like that. That every single town in the world has a place that everybody thinks, oh, remember that place way back when we went and saw shows. There are millions of those, and that not only exists for performance, it exists for historical context, right? Think of things like the civil rights movement in the 60s and 70s in the United States. Things like the Woolworth Lunch Counter, 16th Street Baptist Church, which still exists, but the Woolworth Lunch Counter, 16th Street Baptist Church, the Edmund Pettus Bridge, which still exists also. But there are spaces and there are moments in time that can be used to recreate and to educate and to give people that emotional connection. Emotional connection is not just about performance, it's also about social impact. And it's about how do you do that and how do you give people a message and communicate to them something that matters. So I think it's a big, exciting world out there.
It is, and there's a couple of great reference points to your last point, because I've now forgotten Notre Dame. When Notre Dame burnt down, there were no records of its architecture. But, and I can't remember the game, it was 4D shot for a video game.
That's right.
And so they used those plans to be able to rebuild it. Like, that's kind of crazy. And I think that's what, and then, and this is where, again, technology gets really exciting, because, and it's been, I can't remember the example is during the Ukraine war, a lot of their national monuments were getting bombed. And so they were a company created I think a 4D imaging app and encouraged people to. I think it started as some sort of capturing a family experience or stuff, but people then actually started to use it to capture things before they got bombed.
A good example is I was fortunate enough to be invited to. I did a VR shoot of Michelle Obama in the White House when she was still First Lady, and she is a formidable human being. And when we did that, it was just an interview with Michelle Obama, the editor-in-chief of The Verge, and Michelle Obama's and the First Lady's communications director. And I had people asking me a lot, well, why would you do a VR? It's just an interview. It's just people sitting there talking to each other. Why does that need to be in VR? And it's pretty simple. It's because when we post-produced it and when we released the video, we could have released a very nice video, 16:9 HD, 4K video, that would have lived on your screen. And you would have seen your screen, but everything around that screen would have still been your living room, your office, whatever it is, right? And when you put on a VR headset, even though it's only an interview, it's the difference between looking at the White House and being in the White House. And that makes a difference. And when you put on, even though it was just an interview, the fact that it's such a historic place, and the fact that it's the First Lady at a moment in time when she is the First Lady, and that's something that that's something that will exist on, and something that people can grab hold of in the future. I'll never forget when I worked for James Cameron, we were asked to do what ended up being Steve Jobs' last Macworld keynote. And shoot that in a stereoscopic video format. And it didn't happen for reasons. But I remember thinking, what a shame, because VR wasn't around then, but I still had the thought at that point that immersion matters. I've said it like 19 times now. And at that time, high-resolution stereoscopic capture was the closest to reality that we could get, was the closest to reproducing something that lived in real life that we could get. And Steve Jobs died shortly thereafter, and I thought, what a shame, because we could have had that photographic record in a format that would allow us to get as close to the man as possible, right? And now I think that we're at that moment again. Several years ago, a friend of mine, a guy named Paul Debevic, who's pretty famous in the industry. Paul brought a capture rig and scanned Barack Obama when he was in the White House and did a full volumetric scan of Barack Obama. And I thought, that's the right thing. That's important, right? Because being able to capture people like that and places like that and being able to recreate them as accurately as possible matters for generations to come and for the world in general. So I think that the work that anybody that's in this space is doing it's not just about geekiness and it's not just about creating connection, but it's about historical resonance as well. And it's about capturing moments in time and people and places that matter and that will matter to generations to come, and being able to communicate to them in a way that will make an impact.
That's a really good point, and I think that it's given digital identity is so important now, and also legacy. You know, it's one of the reasons we just do such simple things with all our events. You know, we film it and capture it because there are great conversations like this that people will want to reference and review and go back to and stuff like that. It's for me, and I want to. It's interesting given we've just been talking about all this exciting stuff, and we're going to end, I think, talking about conferences. But that's
and I can go for another hour. I mean,
yeah,
come on, let's
okay,
go.
all right. Well, yeah, we'll just go through lunch. But the bit for me is let's talk about the conferences side, in the fact that we've been approached before to create metaverse conferences, and I've been kind of, my strategic advice to some of our clients, depending on who they are, your audience isn't ready for it yet. And I don't think your CMO is probably ready to be seen as like a digital avatar walking around, you know, pressing NFT screens or whatever. It goes back to this: when and where do you introduce gamification? But your product is going to change that, isn't it? You've got an interesting view on kind of conferences.
I hope so. And one thing that is, putting on my business hat for a minute, one thing that ArcRunner is not is a distribution platform. We are a creation platform. We can create volumes, and we can create really good-looking performances and really good-looking presentations and allow you to put yourself in them. But when you get to distribution, all of a sudden now you're competing with YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, companies that have slightly more resources and slightly bigger head start. I think that one thing, and I don't have a crystal ball, I don't know exactly what's going to happen, but one thing that needs to happen is, unfortunately, a lot of people that are creating metaverses and creating these sometimes wonderful digital landscapes they're creating isolated islands and trying to convince everybody to come to their island. And you have to give people a compelling reason to. We deal with musicians a lot that have followings of millions on the various social media platforms that they and their teams have worked for years and worked hard to build that audience of millions. And I've seen, I don't know how many presentations to where people are like, well, I've built this incredible platform and it does this and it does this and it does this. And it's like, yes, that's wonderful. Why should I bring my audience of millions to your platform and have to recreate that? What are you doing for me? You have to create in business, you absolutely have to create a transition plan. There's no such thing as flicking a switch and all of a sudden it's like everything before is bad and now we have to do all this stuff and it's good. It doesn't work that way. You have to create a transition plan for how you're going to move people into this new world. That's why when we do concerts, when we work with musicians, ArcRunner and any other work that we do delivers to YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, Snapchat, Instagram, all the things where the fans are, and we say, oh, but if you want the really cool experience, that's where you go, right? VR, immersive experiences, metaverse experiences are not a separate thing. They're at the end of a delivery chain. There's, nobody uses NTSC and PAL anymore, but there's NTSC, PAL, HD, 2K, 4K, theatrical, monoscopic, stereoscopic, and then at the end of that chain is immersive, because as much as I love it, it is still a niche. It is still a niche medium. There are 20 million Quest headsets out there, which is a lot until you start thinking about how many TV screens there are out there and how many mobile devices are out there. And also, this is the form factor that will change things. Not a headset, not the Apple Vision Pro. Yes, the AVP is cool, but I don't like wearing headsets, period. And I'm in this world, right? And my mom, for instance, loves headsets, loves when I show her stuff. Come on. I want everybody in here to think for a minute about trying to walk their mother through putting on a VR headset and setting it up and them using it regularly, right? Just the thought of horror in everybody in here who is the de facto tech lead for their families, right? My mom asked me a couple of years ago, should I worry about this blockchain stuff? I was like, oh, Jesus, no. Nope. If anybody says crypto to you, you hit them on the head with a hammer and run away. Right? And she was like, okay, I don't need to pay attention to it. I was like, you do not. So the thing is that I had a thought and I forgot where I was going with it. I'll stop in a minute, I promise. This, right, glasses. if you look at, I think where Meta is going, the most important product that I think Meta has right now is the Ray-Ban glasses. And their generation 2 of the Ray-Ban glasses, because that is one of the first products that you can wear that actually has a virtual presence and experience that doesn't make people want to punch you in the face. Right? Remember Google Glass, when Google Glass came out? The first time I heard the phrase glass hole, I thought, okay, that's over. All the videos of people wearing AVPs out on the street, you just want to hit them. You're like, stop it. That's just silly, right? And these are what changes things, and we're very close. Because if you think about the Ray-Bans, they have a lot of technology in them. They have microphones, they have speakers, they have the ability to communicate with the phone and their wearable devices. Go look at Brilliant Labs, company in Singapore, Brilliant Labs, and the Frame device from Brilliant Labs, which I have put in a pre-order for a few of them. That is a live AR wearable frame. That will be something that you can wear, and they exist now. They're just in beta. It's something you can wear. You can look at something and say, tell me about that plant and what I need to do to take care of that plant. And it has a pinhole camera in it that's not meant to share a picture. It's meant to capture an image, send it to Perplexity AI, which they have a partnership with, send it to Perplexity. Perplexity analyzes the image, analyzes what you asked, and then feeds it back to the glasses, and then the glasses overlay that as an AR overlay on top of the plant, right? And that's a cool thing. That matters. And the only thing that's missing in the ability the lenses exist, because an Oculus Quest, the lenses in a Quest are about this size. The only reason it has all the gack around it is because the processing technology and the chip technology is not small enough and has a small enough power draw to be able to fit in the stems of glasses. But, I'm not a chip person, but I try to read tea leaves. I think that Qualcomm, who's the company that makes most of the mobile chips in the world, I think that Qualcomm is probably a generation or two away from having chips that are small enough with a small enough power consumption that you can fit actual compute in the stems of glasses. And when you can do that, then you put the lenses here, and then you have a true game changer in the world. As soon as I can put these on and have a live high-resolution overlay, then our world, all of our worlds, completely changes. And I also think it's helpful in that context to forget about the distinction between, people talk about VR and AR and MR and XR. There is no difference. VR and AR are the same thing. If you think about VR is just AR with 100% occlusion. VR is just AR where everything in your field of vision is, you're not letting any reality in. You're just completely covering it. And then you start pulling away the mask a little bit, and that's what people think of as AR. And then you add in depth sensing, and that's what people think of as MR and XR. So, and I think my guess is we're about 2 to 2.5 years away from having these. And as soon as we have those, then everybody here who's wearing sunglasses or glasses, you're going to have a completely different experience, and that is something people will buy. And that is something people will wear, because then you can also accessorize it, and you can make it fashionable, which is what matters to young people, right? My daughter, I knew that VR was going to succeed when I have my own personal focus group, which is my mom, my wife, and my daughters, right? 3 generations of people who do not care about technology. And technology is a tool for them. It's not an end. It's not something they enjoy in and of itself, right? And my daughter, who was 16 at the time, and as we all know, 16-year-old girls are not at all concerned with how they look and how people see them. So my daughter, I would show her VR things, and she would think that was cool, but she was not going to wear one. Are you kidding me? Until we did a show with Post Malone. And then she said, "Hey, Dad, can I have a VR headset so I can see the Post Malone show?" And I was like, yes! I was like, I win. But in context, that was a 16-year-old girl asking for a gizmo to put on her head so she could watch content that she cared about. And I thought, okay, this is going to win. I don't know when and how exactly, but it's going to win.
And to be honest, that's so interesting, because I do exactly the same with my wife and my 2 kids. I've got a boy and a girl, twins, aged 12. And what just shows how the worlds they're growing up in. I was saying I'm coming to South by Southwest to do this event, and they just started yawning, like, oh, it's going to be a conference and stuff like that. And I was like, oh, but I've got Activision. And they were like, oh, okay. And then when I mentioned Dell and NVIDIA, my son just was like, "Oh my
Video.
god, how cool!" Like, and I know when he watched this content and he'll see the curved screen and the things like that, he'll be like, "Did he get one for me?" or stuff like that. But it just shows, like, it's the he did something at school and was like, "Oh, do you think I'm a geek, Dad?" And I'm like, "That's cool now.
Geeks are cool now.
Geeks
and
are
I mean,
cool."
we do all our production on Dell AMD systems, right?
yeah.
Because that combination is what allows us to do all this cool stuff, right? So Dell, AMD, Nvidia, all these companies creating all this stuff. The fusion between all this tech and creative is very direct. My youngest knows what an RTX is and knows what a Radeon is, right? And I'm like, what?
Well, and you, I think the point I want to finish on, because we've got to wrap up unless anybody's got some questions, because it's our event, so we can overrun as much as we like.
I'll stop talking, I promise.
But and we're carrying on through lunch, by the way. This is everybody network, have a go on the demos and stuff like that.
I smell a good. Is that a taco truck?
Yeah, we're doing food.
We're
doing food.
I moved from LA to Canada 3 years ago, and I dearly love where I live in Canada, but tacos are something that I used to have. Right? I lived in LA for 20 years. The Canadian version of taco is, it's not good.
But it's just this whole thing that the tech is cool now, and the point I wanted to finish on, which we got into when we first connected, was the biggest challenge we've got, particularly in the world of brand marketing and marketing full stop, is most of the senior execs are Gen X, and but we're creating things for the younger generation, and what we thought was cool has totally changed. And that's what, for me, is so exciting about technology. Again, going back to the point, the critics, I've been in this industry for 20 plus years, doing live events. Everybody thinks I've sold out and I've gone into tech and digital and live streaming. I'm like, no, I'm just embracing technology to keep that human connection and also to improve creativity. And that's kind of what's making these brands cool, isn't it?
Absolutely. And I think that one thing that's important for marketers and advertisers to realize as well is that we've done a lot of studies on our experiences, and call to actions, click-through rates, and engagement on immersed experiences are exponentially higher than on laptop and on 16:9 experiences. Exponentially higher. It makes sense. Again, immersion matters. How many times have I said it? When somebody is surrounded with something, then it's more likely to make an impact on them. And VR is an advertiser's dream come true, because you have 100% view and 100% completion. People can't look at anything else. They are looking at what you are showing them, and they have to look at it. They literally can't look at anything else. So for advertisers, I kind of don't understand why advertisers haven't jumped in more into the immersive space. Obviously, audience numbers are an issue. But as far as the effectiveness of it, it's incredible.
I almost want to disagree with that, though, because I think the technology, the panel we just had earlier, that there's so much technology now at our it's there ready to use. I think the challenge we have on the tech side is, and you've been saying it all along, ever since we've been talking, I'm not a marketeer. It's our jobs as marketeers to try and turn it into normal language. My brother works for a big microchip company, and, well, I probably shouldn't say this, but his biggest challenge is these companies everybody's an engineer. And so everybody within the company knows what they're talking about. And actually, we do a lot of work with Ericsson. And what we just try and do is turn it into a really easy human language, like spatial computing. Spatial computing is brilliant, but to the normal person, what does that mean? And actually, all we're talking about, and the gentleman earlier, like being able to just now move from 2D into 3D is a life-changing moment for everybody.
And also there's one big thing that we haven't talked about that the previous panel spoke about, is that this immersive world, there is the presentation layer, which we focus on, but there's also the interactivity layer, the avatar representation layer, and the interaction layer, which is what separates this medium in some ways from anything else. Excuse me. Is the ability to have an embodiment of your physical being in a space and interact with people while you're watching something. That technology is brand new, and I think Ready Player Me and companies that are doing really good long-term avatar representation, if they have a way to invest in them, I would do it.
Well, and that's and that's what all the brands were talking about yesterday morning. Is we went from, they started talking about this term of emotional marketing. And I think that's the key, and it's again something we talked about with X, in the fact that it's that conversation, it's that emotion, and I could carry on all day. So
we've gone. I just noticed we've gone way over.
We've gone way over. Sorry, somebody should have stopped us.
I'll be here for a couple of minutes, but does anybody have any questions? Bueller.
Oh, yes. So just for the sake of our audience, because you didn't have a mic, it's how do you bring to life the emotional storytelling, basically. Is that right? Yeah.
It is a creative medium, like any other creative medium, and you have to learn and experiment and figure out what works and what doesn't, right? When you move from creating a film to creating a game, when you move from creating a game to creating something immersive, they're just different creative disciplines. And I recommend you hire somebody or you talk to somebody that has some experience there, and you have a message that you want to impart. Well, how do you use this medium to effectively communicate and impart that message? Does that answer your question?
It does. Yeah.
Okay.
You mentioned something about buying digital licenses for real spaces that no longer exist. Where do you buy those from?
So that question was about how do you? Sorry, it's just so for the content and stuff. Oh, were you? Okay, great. Well, go on then. You do it.
She said when I talked about buying licenses for virtual representations of places, where do you buy those licenses from? It's a really good question. We have all the musicians that we've worked with, regardless of what company we work with, we've done all the rights work. So I have a fairly extensive knowledge in my head of how to license and how to do music rights for uncharted spaces, right? I'm arguably one of the most experienced people in the world for licensing music for VR, for the very tiny niche window of people that need that. I'm your guy, right? But the spaces, it is a question, it's interesting. Nobody knows is the short answer. I just figure it out because it really comes down to how do you license something that no longer exists, right? And it usually comes down to it. Sometimes you can just do it. Sometimes you can just do it. The only times you really have to license something is if somebody still owns the trademark or the logo that goes along with it, right? Because nobody owns the space, but there's still IP sometimes associated with that space. Who owns that IP, and do they have rights? Does that IP have rights over naming and over a representation of that space? Because you've heard the phrase name, image, and likeness, right? Name, image, and likeness also extends to the virtual world, right? Whether it's TV, print, or the virtual world. Does somebody own the name, image, and likeness of that brand? If they do, then you have to deal with them, and it's a fairly straightforward discussion. Once you explain to them what you're trying to do, it's a fairly straightforward discussion because their lawyers go, oh, you just want to license the brand to do a representation of it. It's like doing print, but different. And I'm like, yes. And then they get that. But you sort of have to find, it's a per venue thing. If the space doesn't exist, you have to do a search for the brand, who owns the name, image, and likeness, if anybody does, and then have a conversation with them.
Right, I'm going to call it a day on that one. Thank you so much, Lucas.
Thanks,
Thank
everyone.
you, Del. Thank you, Nvidia. Please stick around for something to eat. I just seen somebody's come out with a Bloody Mary. They are very good. Perfect hangover cure and good start to a Monday afternoon. And also, please, there'll be this demo. It's very, very cool. I recommend you give it a go, and ask any questions. Thank you so much for coming. Cheers. Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final afternoon of the Lively Grit Daily House. It's been a fantastic event, I would say that, because we organised it, but it really has, and I'm really excited about the final afternoon. We had an incredible morning with Dell, talking about the impact of technology and AI across, I can't believe I'm going to say this, Will, but the phygital world. I thought I got away from words like experiential and things like that, but it's exciting. What's even more exciting is the role that technology is going to play on creativity. And so I'm very excited about our next guest. C. Craig, do you want to come and take your place? And he's going to do a fantastic keynote on some of the amazing work he's been doing. Thanks to Wowzer for making all this happen, and hope you get inspired and excited. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. All right, so a little bit about what I'm going to be talking to you all about. I'm a director, and I've been lucky enough to work with some amazing people. Quite a few are here with us today. And I've had the opportunity to work with a lot of great tools in order to expedite what we're doing and make our work more efficient so we could spend more time being creative and less time being wrong, right? So I'm going to talk to you all about the visual imagination from thoughts to screen, because for me, the furthest distance in filmmaking is from here to out here, right? So like to have those ideas are great, but the translation of those ideas it's what's important. And I was lucky enough to be able to work with Wowzer, with being able to utilize their tool in coming up with great images and things for our team to move with. So I'm C. Craig. I am a writer and director, and I've been lucky enough to work with a lot of really cool people, and especially the Entertainment Technology Center in USC. I'm a super fight-on person. And we had the opportunity last year to make an incredible film that went on and did very well, and now we're working on a new film that utilizes far more tech than I even thought possible. All right, so the first thing I want to talk about is the ethics of what we're going to be talking about today, at least for me, and the considerations. So everything that we're talking about with generative on this side and all the slides that you're going to see, they're all from projects that I'm working on or projects that are on their way through. And the things that, all of the images that you were seeing were made during the ideation phase. Right? This is all in-house stuff. This isn't stuff for straight to market. This is no different than cutting out magazine clippings or finding something on Instagram and sending it to your team and things like that. So just to make sure that we all have a good frame of reference of where we're starting. And all of these images were made through Wowzer. Most of them were made through Wowzer using OpenAI and Stability.ai. Some were made through Runway, and some were made through Midjourney. So genres, I assume everyone here has started using AI or generative in types of tools like that, but for me, genres were really specific because I'm kind of agnostic in that space. I do things that are live action and comedy, and it's great for that. I also do stop motion ideas and things in that space, and I was surprised to see how well it handles those type of ideas. Wish I could try to get so y'all can see. And obviously, like the classic kind of Pixar style of animation, it does those jobs really, really well, and it allows your team to be able to see what you're saying pretty quickly. And one of the things after my own heart is science fiction. And so when I was trying to describe to my team, the astronauts are falling down the side of the mountain on Mars, they're like, okay, cool, but I'm sure there was 12 different ideas of what that looked like, and we were able to get to what that would be pretty quickly. So who's this for? So in addition to regular consumers, for my team specifically, it's for the concept team, our artists. It's for camera. I work with an amazing cinematographer, Catherine Boyd-Batstone, who is my partner through all of this. Costume, production design, our producers, and perhaps most importantly, executives, because the types of stories that Eric Weaver and I tell are not cheap ones, right? So you have to get people on board pretty quickly, and they can't just take your word for it. You need to be able to show them exactly what you're trying to do. So this is an example of on a different project that I'm working on, where we were ideating between looking at different costumes for a villain. And this would have previously taken months to figure out, right? Step by step, right? And being able to go through that prototyping process at a fast rate of speed, this went from something that would have traditionally taken months, it took a couple of weeks, right? So each step of the way, we got closer and closer until we started off obviously far left, and by the time we got far right, it was like that was our finished idea in that space. And the costume designer was very happy to be able to like spend her time, because this isn't about a thing about taking out of people's budgets. It's how they spend their budget and how they're spending their time, right? I would rather you be able to spend the time on creating something and making sure that it's right, versus we spend a few weeks, a few months on getting things wrong multiple times, right? So a project that is near and dear to my heart at this particular moment, Chickaboom. Chickaboom is a story about this awesome little girl who wants to be a magician. And so I immediately need to, it's also my first animation, so this allowed me to get into that space without previous experience. So I was able to go through this process. I mean, I must have made like, at least 1,000 variations of this. And that's one of the things to remember in this space, is that the opportunities are endless. What is special about it is in choosing in the decision-making process. That's what it's about, like deciding when something is right. Because you can just go on forever and ever and ever. And we decided what was right. And once we decided that, I want to show y'all from beginning to end, or beginning to like, we're at the modeling process now, but how that moved. So once we picked that, then we started talking to a storyboard artist who started making out, like this was the first ideation of Chicka, right? And we started seeing all of her expression chart and what that felt like, and it didn't quite feel right yet. So then we got to this, and it started getting closer to there. And these are all done by real human artists, right? Because creativity requires humanity. That's how it works. So from there, working with some amazing artists from some very fancy companies, they got it even more refined. And we were lucky enough to be working with one of the best costume designers in the world. And once she got this version of Chicka, we wound up here at our final design of Chicka, right? So it's something that started inside of a space where it was made through generative. It became a very real image that went through the hands of multiple artists. Like, because for our team, the goal is to not have someone replace, is to give artists more hands than they would naturally have, right? So for set design, he was with it too. So for set design, like, so a simple example of like, hey, working with Kat or someone like with a DP, and it's like, hey, I want to have this room set up. Talk to the production designer. It's like, hey, we want to have this set up, and I want the light to come through a certain type of way, and I want the room to be a sufficient amount messy. That's great for a sketch, but what generative can allow you to do is take it to the next process, and you could get closer to what you'll have on the day, right? And that's a huge asset to a set designer. It's a huge asset for the team, because Sidley LeMay, who's a far better director than I'll ever be, said the #1 rule is to make sure we're all making the same movie, right? So the goal is to, like, if we know what that room is gonna feel like long before it's time for camera, we're all in a better position. And then one of the greatest things that generative could do is when you have fantastical styles of ideas, and you say, hey, like this story takes place in the favelas of Brazil, but like if there's a waterfall going through there, I don't know where you would begin with that, right? So, but in this space, you can show that, and you can make that, and like now the production designer understands what that world is, and it's like, yeah, and there's also graffiti. It's just like, wait, what? Okay, and then they add graffiti to it, and they understand that space, and that's an extremely valuable tool in the making of mistakes, because your mistakes don't cost as much. Actually, they just cost you refining your prompt, right? The poetry of prompts. It's really important to be able to sit there and think about that, and really kind of hone in on what's what. Again, for me, for stop motion and things like that, I was like, hey, I want this town, and this town is going to be on the top of this mountain, and there's going to be oceans all around, and there's going to be, sorry about that, there's going to be this town, there'll be ocean all around and boats. And this was a way for my team to understand exactly what I wanted the houses to look like, what I wanted the boats, and how I wanted the ocean to hit it. And I guarantee this saved us so much time and so many ideations. But it took me probably about 100 or so prompts to get there, right? It took a couple hours to get to that point, but it was useful time, because if I'm willing to sacrifice the time and do that, I've saved my team that time, right? This is a sport where I can't give it to you and say, now it's your problem anymore, right? This is a thing where we have to take on, if it's our creativity, we should be able to help our team along. More of that particular town, because I just felt like adding that slide because I really liked it. All right, so a big thing is the importance of moments, right? Filmmaking and storytelling is about the moments that you have. And I don't know about for y'all, but for me, every one of my stories starts from a very specific moment that I'm thinking about in my head, and then I build from there, right? So being able to show your team, this is the tone, this is the outlook, this is the lighting, things like that. So this is a moment where I was really fortunate. Last week was a script I wrote about my hometown, about New Orleans, did well with the Nickel Fellowship, and I wanted to be able to show like what that world looked like, and to craft that moment, a moment in the script, and be able to show the team, this is our beginning block. If we can start from here, this is the soul of the movie, and we all know what to do from there. And the team instantly understood, and then we're good to go. This one is a little bit more closer to a different part of my imagination. I wrote a movie about a place I'd never been, Tokyo, and I wanted to set it in a Macbeth type of space and have the three witches, but through the way I would do it, right? And so, honestly, that took more prompts. This was early on, and I'm ashamed the amount of prompts it took to get there, but I got there, y'all. But again, it takes the guesswork out, right? The beauty of this is not in the ease of it; it's in the operation of being able to say, I'm not making A, I'm making B. Oh, we're all making B? Great, let's keep it going. And I don't know about y'all, but I have a story about a teddy bear that got lost and had to go find its way home, and it swam through a creek. And if I would have just told y'all that, everybody would have had a much different picture in their head than this particular teddy bear. But this is the teddy bear we're following. This one, this is the guy. But it's things like that, and it's finding the moments that create character, right? Because you know more about that bear in that particular space than you would in just words, right? I'm an image-driven person. Even though I started off as a writer, like the reason I write my words is to make the images, right? I wish the lighting was a little bit different, but this is one of my favorite things on earth right here. This is the portrait in Aunt Raspberry's chateau. And I wanted to be able to tell my team, yo, there's this really weird portrait in this French chateau that this kid becomes enamored with, and the portrait comes to life and it helps her do things, and they're like, yeah, that's great, okay, cool, guy. But being able to paint it out and show the team, and have the production designer say, oh, I got that, and she started sending me a lot of awesome things off of that. My cinematographer, she understood the vibe of what she was getting. The moment she saw it, the first thing she said was like, it's a mix between something like The Shining and a children's story. I was like, yeah, that's me, Demented. Tom Thuddy and Blockout said the same thing that we worked with. And again, just to show that your imagination is without the guardrails in this space, right? I really love 2D animation too. It was one of my first loves in life, because like most of us, you start getting cartoons very early on in life, right? And so when I thought about this particular story about this kid that wound up robbing a bank and feeling real bad with it, as a child, and like what that looked like when she was sitting in this abandoned car and it's raining and she understands that she's done a thing that she can't take back. Like I can't draw. Now I can draw decently, but I can't do that. And it gave me the ability to be able to. It's an imagination turbocharged, and it gives you the ability to have an outward imagination. And working with a tool like Wowzer, where you could get into this space and have like hundreds of outputs pretty quickly, and gives you a chance to be wrong faster and be right faster, right? So consistency, here comes the most embarrassing part of it. To show the consistency, since I did not reach out to any of my actors, I had to use myself. So there's me as a cowboy and all kind of other stuff. But once you train the model and you get it set in, the consistency remains like throughout all of those scenes. Like I did hundreds of images in each one of those, and it remained as consistent as possible, and to be able to lock in a character. And that's a relatively new thing for us, y'all. Like 6 months ago, consistency was the Achilles heel, right? So it's just going to get better and better and stronger for us. So the new horizons of where we'll end with here for me is obviously Sora is coming, right? And it's going to be great, and it'll be fantastic, and we'll be able to do a lot of cool things with that. And we're all anxiously waiting for that particular tool. But for me, it's recognizing the exponential advances in text and image to video. That's going to be huge for our industry, and not in the replacement space, but in the enhancement space, right? The poetry of prompts will undoubtedly become a more ubiquitous language. We'll understand it more. We'll be able to just kind of talk through it in a way that's not razzle dazzle and special. The consumer tools will grow, but more importantly to me and to most of y'all in here, the professional tools will grow, and you'll be able to get into the minutia of images and very specifics of what you want to change, what you want to keep, much more in the way than you could do now. We're making big advances on it, but I guarantee this time next month it'll be a different world. And most importantly to my heart, creativity, craftsmanship, and the opportunities will continue to exist, right? Creativity will always require humanity. We'll always have to be at the forefront of what we're doing and what we're thinking. It's not a tool. It's not Skynet, right? It's no different. The hammer doesn't build a house, right? So right now we're the ones building, and I'm grateful for it. So thank y'all. Yeah, questions, comments, complaints.
Well, one of the things I think you said is really spot on about consistency. Right. Actually, we have like 8 AI consultants over here, and one of the things that we do is we have like a little toolbox of things that we build for our clients. Different tools, like whether we're using ChatGPT or Claude or Midjourney and Dolly, and we're usually training teams, but we're also building tools for them, because a lot of them don't want to learn; they just want to use the stuff. So it looks like what you have with Wowzer on the consistency side. One of the things I liked of all the slides, I loved 2 slides the most. One was the girl that you had all those concepts of, like 10, 15 concepts of, and then of you. And it was consistently you. And I think that has been something that's really been a challenge, is like outside of using like apps that are specifically for like, photo, like to replace your LinkedIn profile picture stuff. Like, I would love to learn a little bit more about how, what your tool does as far as consistency. Like, can we upload a profile picture of us and say, hey, make it look like us? Or are we prompting it to, like, how are you getting those types of consistent results?
Oh, through model training.
Through model training?
Yeah, you're uploading as many images as you possibly can of that particular subject in every type of lighting that you could think of.
Yeah.
And
that is that something that's in Wowzer, like you're uploading it, or is it in the model itself? Like,
that's in the model itself.
Yeah.
Correct? Yep.
Yeah. Coming to Wowzer. Got it.
Can we? Because I kind of want to just expand on that a bit more. Because obviously, it's great to have you on stage, and there's a lot of, I suppose, like-minded tech people in the audience. But particularly for the fact that we're recording this, for people that just, their only experience is probably ChatGPT right now, but they're in the creative industry. So, for instance, we're in the event industry, and one of the things we always have to do is try and visualize what that event is. And I've used CAD designers, and it's an absolute pain in the neck to get what's in my head as a creative into somebody else's head onto a piece of paper. So can you just, for the really basic people like myself who are excited by the concept of this, just to give us a bit of an idiot's guide of what it is to prompt something, what it is to untechnify it for me, please?
Absolutely. If you were to start from zero, right, with it, you go to Wowzer and you would type in your prompt. Like, let's go with the most basic prompt on earth. Lady sitting on bench, right? And you start getting these images back, and let's say, that's not quite exactly what I'm looking for. Now it's time to go, what I would say from a basic prompt to a more advanced prompt, not precision prompting yet, but more advanced. Let's say I need a 40-year-old woman sitting on the bench, tired from work, right? Grocery bags beside her. Now you're going to start getting closer to that. Like, it's this particular sport of generative is a specificity sport, right? And the moment that it stops being magic once you don't need whatever, right? If you're willing to take whatever, it's magic. The moment you need specificity, it's going to take some work to get into that space. So it might, and you're going to see it, you're going to be able to eyeball and be like, oh, that's getting closer. Okay, well, let me see variations of that. So you could hit the button and say, I want to see variations of that. Or you can be like, it's not quite there. Let me start changing the words, right? And then you start getting into, do you change your words? Do you change the order of your words? Right? Things like that, right? And then, and if you want to, let's say the image is looking good, except it doesn't have the vibe that you want. Oh, now it's golden hour, right? It's golden hour in this, or you know what? Give me a 75mm lens on that, right? Now we're getting closer into precision prompting space, right? Because you want to be able to go from butter knife to scalpel with it, right? And it just depends on what your particular thing is that you're looking for with it. You might have hit the thing you were looking for after prompt number 3, and then that's that. And then you won the day at that moment. Because the thing is, like I was saying earlier, is the beauty in this, what is the decision. Only the creatives can decide when you have hit that thing. Otherwise, it's just going, you'll be chasing your tail forever.
Okay, so I have a creative director. We just built a brand. So we have a couple.
Congrats.
Anyway, and we have a couple of female images that we've already done, but we want to transform those female images, not just in a portrait, but in actively communicating different aspects of communicating to our target audience.
Okay.
Could we take a image that we already have and bring that to life through this program?
When you say to life, do you mean in video?
Not necessarily in video, but maybe she's, instead of just a photograph, she's sitting at a desk. She's doing something else.
Absolutely. So that's part of the model training process of all the platforms, right? So especially for those of us that have photographer friends or have the ability to do that, if you really get that person to really sit down and go through a whole session with them, instead of just pulling pictures that you happen to have in your Apple Photos, right? Uh-huh. If you have that person at the particular age that you need them to be and all of that stuff, and you upload all of those in, what your output is going to be pretty precise.
Awesome.
So I got a comment and a question. Did anybody ever say they look like Chris Paul?
Every day of my life.
So that was more like a comment. The question, because I was like, wait a minute. So the question is about legality, because you know how you said there's really no guardrails in the space, but if you guys are producing something that's going to become commercially available, how do you safeguard you incidentally infringing on somebody else's copyright?
Yeah, obviously the question of the hour, right? That's why for us and our team, we stay inside. These are in-house things that we're building off of, right? To me, it's, at least to me, it's no different than if I come in with photographs, magazine clippings, something I found on Instagram, something I found somewhere else, and I hand this to my team and be like, this is our jumping off point, right? We don't make things that go straight to market from where they are. And that's even with the things that we build from models, because at this point, everything I build is from a model.
All right, thank you.
Hello. So I had a question about if you use AI for soundtracks for some of your films, or sound effects, or if you have used that, or are there any potential future applications that you see?
I mean, of course, Respeecher is one that we've been thinking about, but we haven't used yet, right? But we're certainly really interested in what they do. I was using a couple of days ago. Runway has a audio like application that they have, and I was really impressed by how good it is, right? But because of the legal implications and things like that, we haven't gone that route yet. But I'm obviously watching it pretty closely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Researchers actually doing a huge amount of work out in the field to be as ethically as possible. If you follow any of their posts and work, they are a major advocate of ethical use in AI.
Yeah, it's impressive stuff, man. Yeah. All right, that's that. Cool. Thank you.
Let's hear it for C. Craig. Thank you. Well, thanks very much. Hand over to the panel and welcome everybody on stage. Is everybody coming? Let's give them a round of applause, please. Come on. I know it's Monday afternoon.
There you go. Awesome. Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks.
Yeah, please. Well, good afternoon. I'm going to sit on the back seat. And we get to have C. Craig on the panel, so we can answer. Awesome. Thank you, Eric. And Eric as well. My name is James Word. I'm the VP of AI Product Management for Wowzer. And we just launched our new platform 30 days ago. So it's brand new. But our users have already generated 1 million images. Think about that for a second. 1 million images, thanks. 1 million images in 30 days. And this is just going to explode more and more. So this is the kind of stuff that keeps me up at night, is who are these people? And what images are they making? And what are they doing with these images? Seriously, I mean, we know who C. Craig is. And his images are incredible and amazing. And he has these guardrails of keeping it in-house, right? And those questions about legalities and indemnification issues and privacy and all of that, for us, unfortunately, at Wowzer, becomes a bigger topic, right? Because we're now allowing our users to take these images and do anything they want with them. So our team comes from basically advertising, media and entertainment, and the corporate marketing, and we're all very clear about exactly what the creatives and producers in those industries do with those images, create the images, how they release them to market and have their own brand protections behind all of that. So that part isn't the edgy part. The edgy part for us is like, oh, there's this whole general audience, and we have users from all around the world that are coming into the platform, generating images, and then using them for who knows what. So that's what we want to talk about today. And given that context, what I'd love to do is actually, let's turn off the projector. Let's see, is this the button for this? Oh, there we go. There we go. Because, you know, when we're talking about controversy, this is a human conversation. So let's take the technology kind of out of it for a moment. And boy, oh boy, what have we gotten ourselves into? I mean, AI is going to destroy us, right? We're going to all lose our jobs. We're going to end up living lives that are like isolated in front of our computers on online social media and just being completely inundated with misinformation, deep fakes. And then we'll be lifeless blobs in our chairs, like floating, looking at the screens and just waiting for the message to come down from the corporate AI that's reached this level of general intelligence, right? Or wait, is it that the machines are going to take over and then we'll become their batteries? Yeah. So, and both of those stories, you know, both Wall-E and The Matrix, are actually full of lies and misinformation and half-truths, because not all of that is true. But the interesting thing from my perspective is that they're using these artistic license. They're putting us into this suspension of disbelief for an artistic effect that is actually useful. And it actually is what they're doing, and their heart is in the right place. The writers that create these stories, they're saying, knock, knock, wake up. Hello, are you in there? Look around, see what's happening, what's actually happening around us. And more importantly, what are you going to do about it? And I think that's a good message for us today, especially with generative AI, is what are we going to do about it? The cat's out of the bag. There's no putting the cat back in, but we need to figure out what to do about it. So what I'd like to do is go into the controversies themselves, and I'm just going to lay them out, and then these poor unsuspecting guys here are going to have to answer some hard questions. Okay? And I'm happy to answer them too. But basically, the context, and as I was going through my research on this, I realized a lot of these controversies have always existed through communications and art in human history. It's just becoming more pronounced, more intensified. So we're talking about things about misinformation and propaganda, right? That's existed long before AI came around. We've got always the debate about censorship versus the freedom of expression, right? Those boundaries, where are they? Fakes and forgeries have been around for a long time. We have appropriation and cultural appropriation issues for many, many years. Diversity, equity, and inclusion, classism, stereotypes, prejudice, and obscenity. Like, when is obscenity groundbreaking versus just reprehensible? And then patronage, privacy, ownership, indemnity. These have all been through all of art history, have been a big part of the story. And then technological advances that have led to job loss. I mean, from the printing press to film and TV to Photoshop. Yeah. This has been a thing where each level of technology has caused this job displacement, and people that have either had to embrace the new technology or find another career. Now, the other thing is there's even the environmental impact of art has been known, like from the paints and the colors that have actually poisoned the artists or poisoned the environment versus the use of silver in filmmaking process, right? Very toxic chemicals in printing and film for many, many years. So there's even been those environmental impacts. And now AI comes up, and here we go. Now we have a whole next round of the same human story. And again, the question is, what do we do about it? So, with that, let's ask some questions. Everybody, please, you met C. Craig, and this is Gabby Hofer from IBM, and Eric Weaver from the ETC. Pleasure to have you guys here. Let's ask the first. I'm going to ask the top, what I think are the top 3 questions just from the get-go, the top 3 biggest issues. And if you think of a bigger issue, please let me know. But I'm thinking the biggest issues right now for us are deep fakes, bad actors, and job replacement. Right? So.
In no particular order.
In no particular order. But actually, so I'll ask C. Craig first then. So with the advent of AI training tools, because you were talking about the training tools, you even showed some of his training his own likeness, right? And this is also for text, it's for image, it's 3D and video. What guardrails do we need to put in place to protect against non-consensual use of our likenesses?
That's a far bigger question than I know I could wrap my head around, but I could give you some of my thoughts on it. Whatever makes artists feel that the exchange is equitable, right? That they're, I think I'm in favor of the black box kind of being able to know where images are pulled from and what percentage and things like that. And then the decision of what, if any, compensation comes at whatever level, right, and things like that. And I do know something like Adobe Firefly, which allows people to opt their images out of the scraping and things like that. That all seems like ethical movements forward, right, from my purview.
Yeah, I like that. Gabby, do you want to take a stab at it?
Only this? Yeah, definitely. So I think that there definitely needs to be some kind of guardrails, and we've been working on that as well. So one of the big things that we just put out was design principles for generative AI. This is, for designers who are making these products, and there's 6 different ethical considerations around that. And I think that there's kind of like 2 sides to this. There's the product side, which is, where I fall and where designers like me fall. But then there's also the other side of like more of what you're getting at, the user, where did they come in and what should they be able to do? What should they not be able to do? And so that's we're kind of addressing both of those in the principles I just discussed.
So I have to start off with, these are my opinions and not the companies they represent.
Well said.
But I think Project Firefly, just like C. Craig pointed out, is absolutely a good representation of what is allowed and what is not allowed. They've begun to create the guardrails that say this is in or this isn't in. And like C. Craig pointed out also is that when we're doing some of this stuff, it does become tricky to find origins and other things, So that's why we're taking that as a base level and doing our own work on top of that. Like we're creating things fresh from that perspective where you can see it. What I do also find interesting is, I don't know if anybody knows this, but Sora is absolutely not being released till after the presidential elections. They see that this is the largest shift in history of leaders across the globe, and they don't want it used to manipulate elections or influence folks. So they are paying attention to that. And you do also raise a really good point about the environmental impact. Sora is looking to use cities of computers to build what they need. The actual founder is looking to raise $7 trillion to pull Sora off. Trillion, as in T. I think the most valuable company in the world right now is what? Microsoft at $3 trillion.
Wow.
But yeah, that's what he's after and what he's expecting to do. So it is not a small feat that would be pulled off with what he's doing.
Yeah, that's a lot of data centers and power, right? Consumption.
Yeah.
And that's the big controversy with generative AI, is the amount of power it takes to produce these images and the carbon footprint of that power. Right. Now, I think a lot of the good news is, maybe not for Sora, but for some of the other generative image models, is that they are becoming more and more efficient. So pretty soon we're going to have models that are 10, 20, 30 times more efficient than the current ones, and that and producing the same level or better level of quality. So that's really going to help with the carbon footprint quite a bit. So, all right, bad actors. Gabby, we'll let Gabby take this one.
Oh, thank you.
Because these guys think of bad actors as different things.
Facts.
True dat. True dat.
So where do we draw the line between freedom of expression and harm? Like, how do we navigate bad actors, deep fakes, imposters, violence, hate, and misinformation?
Oh.
Think of that, Gabby.
Oh, lucky
Small
me.
topic,
Yeah,
small
small topic. All right. So the first question is, where do we draw the line? I think that's like a moral and ethical, a greater than I type of question, right? Like, I think that's something that we as a society need to come together and answer. So I'm not going to answer that today.
Fair point.
That's another way of saying that. But I think that what we can do more on the product side and on the side of people that are like, actually building something, I think that we can include explainability, and we can have certain explanations that surface and that say, maybe this isn't coming from a credible source. Maybe this is coming from something or somewhere that isn't ideal. And I think that that's one way we can show the users that they shouldn't be just blindly trusting everything that they see. And so even if we're not solving the problem of who's a bad actor and how do we get rid of them, we're at least showing them, here's some media literacy, here's how you can use this product without, blindly trusting it and just having this kind of like full faith that it's all going to be honest and truthful.
Yeah, well said.
Monkey wrench to throw into our equation with that, because I actually do spend a lot of time thinking about when tools like Sora are available. There's either it's going to be open AI or it's going to be some other company that will become the arbiter of what is real to us. And that is not the best place to be in society. So we'll have to think about, these aren't doom and gloom things. These are things that we need to understand and to be preparing for, because I guarantee there's no society that you want one particular entity telling you what's real and what's not real.
Yeah, well said.
Especially not Zuckerberg. Yeah, there are definitely certain organizations out there that are tracking authenticity or origins of content and trying to make it a bigger issue there. So it's been a challenge, again, like you said, historically for a long time. I believe it's fairly public knowledge that the Russian groups have actual groups that just create propaganda. That's their whole job, is to create propaganda 24/7 and then feed it into systems that people run with because they don't know where that authenticity is or that it's not even real in any way. So it's certainly going to require a level of sophistication on the consumer end that's tough to.
Yeah, well said. I think it's going to also require some sophistication on the technology side. A couple of positive things I've heard recently is like the camera manufacturers have all gotten together and they're putting these digital watermarks into images that are created by cameras and the CCDs on cameras themselves. So you'll be able to know if this is a real image or not. So that's like the other side of it, right? It's like, is this real or not? And then also related to deep fakes is kind of, like what C. Craig was doing with his own likeness and his own image. If you're training a model like that, then how do we actually track the origins of the intellectual property and keep that information flowing through the entire chain into the model and then also in the output of the model where you can audit that whole chain of custody, if you will, right? I think that will be a big advancement once we can get there.
Three things from this weekend, though, is there's a product out in the corridor called Click, which is all about being able to just download an app and take photographs and copyright you. So it's authenticates it. And also it's Adobe and Sony cameras have done that technology you're talking about. And then what was really interesting this morning with X have actually released a product so you can check the authenticity of the posts.
Awesome.
Which is good to see people like that at least trying.
And Dolly is also integrating its own watermark inside images created by that as well. So.
Yeah. So it's nice to hear that sort of thing happening.
Yeah, for sure. No, that's great. All of these technologies are exactly what we're looking at putting into the platform.
And then we have the problem of human confirmation bias.
There's going to be that, yes. do you want to take that one?
No, it's just like, like all of these fail safes don't matter if I don't believe.
Right.
So.
Right. An image has, that's the thing. A picture's worth 1,000 words, right? Freedom of the press belongs to those who own one. That sort of stuff, and how just one image flashed before you just for a few seconds can have this deep visceral impact that you'll never forget. And whether it's a real or it's a fake, whether the intentions behind it are good or bad, or the impact is actually good or bad, we don't know. So that's where I think a lot of the solution will have to come from. It's almost like fighting AI with AI. So you have some AI automated moderation tools that can help, filter some of that out. So it's a challenge for sure. It's definitely a challenge. So job displacement. We all like this one. So how do we put artists in control of the technology? How do we compensate artists whose works have been used to train our AI models? And how do we protect the intellectual property of that generated content?
So I guess I'll start with the displacement. I was recently on a call with one of the CTOs of the studios, and we were talking about how much this empowers the creative and how they can see their vision, how through a whole, and this was animation oriented, so we were looking at how throughout the whole thing, different aspects are beginning to change now. And the whole thing he kept coming back to was, but is it going to displace my people? Is it? And they are genuinely concerned at the senior levels about this. But if you work with a lot of creatives, you'll find that they want more and more iterations always. They often are not finished. They want to keep going. I don't think a film actually gets finished ever. I think that almost everyone I work with, see Craig's way too practical and amazing, but are still always nickeling and diming things and changing things. And it's part of the process. So it's tough. How many more iterations will this give you now versus what is it going to displace? And that is a tough call.
For me and for my team, I had the profound honor of having to give this same type of talk in front of 40 directors a couple of days ago, right? And at the end of it, one hand went up in the back and he was like, well, this is going to take our jobs, right? And I was like, oh, no, because we're here to look out for each other's jobs, right? It would be too heavy for my shoulders to try to hold the entire industry, but I could hold my team. Eric holds our team. We started, we're probably utilizing more of these tools than any other film in the country, and we have the same amount of people that we started with. There's every single job is full of a living, breathing friend. It's a human. I know these people's birthdays. I know these, these people I laugh and joke with. They're on text threads with me. I will protect. I hold the door. You get what I mean? And if I can do that for my team, and you do that for your team, and you do that for your team, then this becomes less of a problem. But it also doesn't become one that's so heavy none of us can hold it, right?
Yeah, I think that's well said. And then one really cool article I heard was an artist, a fine artist, painter that was using generative AI tool to feed all of his artwork into it to train it. And then he was using the tool to explore all the different possible boundaries. And at the end of it, his take was, you know what? This saved me so much time. We just went through so many iterations of the artwork that I would never have been able to complete those explorations in my lifetime. And it finally is allowing me, because as an artist, you always have in the back of your head, oh, but it didn't quite get to the vision that I wanted. It didn't quite get what I wanted to achieve. But he felt like he got a lot closer by using the tool to explore.
So in the animation exploration we had, we found that the average animator was doing anywhere from roughly 12 to 14 seconds a week. That's their life. 12 to 14 seconds a week of content. And the very fastest people were pushing around 28 seconds. how could, I mean, how hard would that be, and how much discipline would that require to just sit there day in, day out, and just do that minor tweaking to get that further?
Yeah, amazing. Yes.
I really blame a lot of this fear on Arnold Schwarzenegger. Because to me, it's tools, and every time new tools come out, you adapt to them. And if you don't, then you won't get work and you'll be left behind. And so it's a new set of tools, but we're all walking around with these old science fiction tropes that have really made people afraid, deeply afraid of the future and the technology. And so you're walking around with people absolutely terrified that their lives are going to end, that something horrible is going to happen, when the truth is this is like what Photoshop was or whatever. Now, yes, it's moving really fast, and it's kind of dangerous because of the bad actors, not the performers, but the bad actors. But the reality is, it's your responsibility to keep up with your career and your skill set and to learn the next set of tools. And just keep evolving. So for everyone to be panicking, I think is lazy. And I don't mean to blame anybody, but I just think, stop watching science fiction and move on with your life.
Yeah.
It's just like
Or watch better science fiction. Yeah, please.
I was actually we had a similar conversation on this day about all the negative dystopian ideas, but what I look at it is this: where else in history, if you're a solopreneur who's a creator, who doesn't have the ability to move fast, to do things and make an impact because you're solo, you have to have this whole team. What AI does, and is so magnificent, is it takes a big idea person and gives them legs to be a bigger idea person and have a bigger voice. And to me, that is the most exciting opportunity for the creator that's the genius that never got the right break.
Yeah.
And that's, to me, at that level's the playing field. If you're willing to play big with your big ideas and learn the systems and create the other people, you have just turned yourself into the big idea person, and you get noticed now. So choose the technology.
Yeah, well said. And I think what you're pointing to is this type of democratization that's happening with the technology. I mean, I talked to a
There's masters out there who never get noticed, whether a writer, whether they're an artist, whether an illustrator, whomever they are, they're big idea thinkers who can't get noticed. Now they can make emanations and they can speak louder and they can connect bigger than they ever have been before, where we can create a utopian society relationship with AI, where those voices maybe got silenced. Now we can be big speakers of a better world than we could have ever imagined, because we can free up time to create the world we want rather than to be in survival mode.
Yeah, well said. As long as we can balance the issues and the positive sides like this, right? And try to swing that balance however we can and wherever we can do it. Yeah, please.
So I have to kind of defend myself a little bit proactively. I have a bachelor's degree in science fiction, but specifically dystopian. But awesome. So fear is false evidence appearing real, right? And the only way you overcome fear is through education. It's through not just training the systems and putting the technological guardrails up, but it's about educating the general populace in a way that as this becomes more and more present in their worlds, that false evidence is not only apparent, but that the fear over all of it is broken down because of knowledge, because that ability to recognize is there. In my opinion, the biggest thing that we're fighting right now is that we have a generation that doesn't know technology, that doesn't know what those limitations are, and doesn't know what the realities are. We have a generation coming up that has accepted what they perceive to be. And so asking them to think critically is part of that.
Yeah.
So my question honestly would be, if we're going to protect our jobs and we're going to protect the usability of all of these tools on a consumer level, how do we educate that and create that boundary against fear?
Yeah, that's very wise, and I want the panel to answer that question, because you're talking about as a society having critical thinking, right? Yeah. And how do we foster critical thinking as part of our responsibility of putting this stuff out there, right? And so I'm really curious, maybe from Gabby's perspective on that.
From Gabby's perspective. Okay, I actually really love this question. Thank you for asking it. So there's two ways to educate people, right? There's the traditional way, you know, you go to school, you read a book, you figure it out, you take a test. And then there's the way that I think we should do it with AI. And that is more about embedding it into the product. So you should be, when you're coming to that screen, that chatbot, it should be telling you by design, this is how you use it. These are the limitations. These are the things that it does really well, or the types of prompts that you should put into it. And I think that that's really the best way to teach media literacy and to kind of help people understand how to use this technology in a way that is positive and doesn't, you know, have as many negative effects.
Yeah, well said. Anybody else want to take that one? Yeah.
I guess just getting your hands on it, you know, touching it, playing with it, finding the reality and the limitations. As he said, a hammer doesn't build a house. Somebody wielding a hammer does. And there's that advocacy or that learning curve that you realize this isn't perfect. This doesn't do things for itself. You know, just taking it in a pure theoretical format is too obscure. I will also have to comment on what you said before. It's out of the bag. I was at a great conference recently, HPA, out in the desert, and the comment came back was, and they were talking about how wonderful Oppenheimer was, and he's like, guess what? This is like Oppenheimer. It's out of the bag. We can't put it back at this particular point. It's going to move forward. And another thing he cited was a video of Adobe, as Lori had mentioned, being first released. And the other people being interviewed were in utter panic over a tool like Adobe being released into the public. And it was amazing video.
Yeah, I think I saw that at Infinity Festival. It was about Adobe Photoshop and how there was this huge outroar of like, wait, you can fake images and fake photography.
I mean, for me, the only thing that I'll add to it is I imagine, hopefully I'm wrong, but I imagine a lot of the education that's going to come is the stove is hot, right? No different than Oppenheimer, like stove is hot, right? And once you see the type of damage it could do, people start to respect the tool more and have more reverence towards it. But, you know, I'm just going off of humans. Yeah.
Right. Right. No, that's stove is hot is one of the first lessons. I've got a 2-year-old. I know.
So, you know, I've just over the past 10 years, I've been building remote teams for people, virtual teams, primarily teams in the Philippines, and so I've always seen companies worried about losing their jobs. And over the past year and a half, I've done over 100 consult calls with companies how to do AI, and just to bring it into a practical level, whether it's a small, medium, or corporate enterprise, you know, the way that there's hard conversations happening at HR departments with their C-suites all around about how do we do this without making people think that, hey, we're replacing them. And it's always about a productivity gain. That's the most positive message you can do, is just say, but it's also very challenging and you're going to lose people. What happens is I'll come into a company, we can easily get 20 to 40% increase in productivity by a single human using augmented AI, right? Whether it's voice, whether it's text, whether it's image generation, whatever it is. I would say 20% is an even low number of increase in productivity that a normal human can do using generative AI. So what's happened is you're seeing you know, different benchmarks of what they're expected to do. And something that I found really interesting was how many people are reluctant to use AI. So, you know, I think that's a barrier that we have to do, especially in the creative side. I come from the marketing world, so a lot of copywriters are still very egotistical, I guess you could say. So they believe that the AI can't actually do their jobs, and very quickly they're finding out that it can. So I think there has to be an interesting balance about reality, and sadly, dystopian fear is a reality as well. I mean, there's some fear that's not a reality, but there's definitely some real risk.
Yeah, totally.
So I actually like to bring up one really kind of cool shift. We were working on Fathead, and what we learned in production design, especially in regards to virtual being or digital doubles, is that marvelous designer or cost simulation is replacing sweatshops now in Indonesia. They all have computers now. They're building this in this new digital world, and they've transitioned. And I got to tell you, those guys probably make more and have a better life as that transaction has occurred. And I apologize, I have to get over to give a talk at the main conference center, so I'm going to have to step off.
Thank you, Eric. And this is another aspect I think is really interesting with the technology, is I believe artists and the tools that are coming up with generative AI, artists are actually going to be in more control of the generative engines than non-artists. Because if you can illustrate, if you can draw, if you have a vision, or you're an artist that has an inner vision about a story that's actually very compelling that you want to tell, and you have a vision of how you want to tell it, then you're using tools that can accelerate and bring that vision to life more and faster and more accurately. So actually, artists are going to be back in the driver's seat because they're going to be creating images and videos and generative content that is far richer than a general audience will.
I guess my hot take on that is I was in a conversation with this really like fantastic VFX artist, Jim Godoldik, and he we were talking about AI, and he said that, you know, this is an advanced tool in capable hands, right? Which, you know, for me, I always looked at it as a performance enhancing drug, right? If you are a terrible writer, ChatGPT is not going to make you a good writer. Like if Shonda Rhimes starts using ChatGPT, we're all out of work for television, right? That's how it works. She's very good at what she does. If Taylor Sheridan uses it, it'll be a different type of, or Aaron Sorkin. So I do believe it is an extremely advanced tool, and in the hands of capable people, it's going to be incredible. And the story, and like, what do you do when people that have incredible imaginations now have the ability to show their imagination, and they didn't previously have that? So I would never want to be on the opposite side of stopping someone being able to express what's in their mind.
Yeah, because I think what it doesn't do is it doesn't replace mastery. I think that this is the age of mastery. If you've chosen to become better and become a master, however that looks, generative AI now supports you to be a better master. If you don't want to master anything, then maybe it'll raise the bar to okay. But I mean, this is the age of mastery. If you want to become the best of who you want to be, this is your time to shine.
Yeah, well said. I just had a conversation with a work colleague, and his nephew is a 14-year-old boy, and all of his friends and he get together and draw cars. Cool designs for cars. That's what they're into. And they got on Wowzer, and they're like, oh, wow, now we can actually say, well, I want this kind of car, and I want it to be blended with this other, and, you know, futuristic, but retro, and, you know, all these sorts of things, different colors, change the fenders and the headlights and the wheels and all this sort of stuff. And I guarantee you, probably one of those kids, I can't guarantee it, but probably one of those kids will grow up to be the next car designer, right? And they're now exploring their craft and the possibilities of that using the tool.
I mean, think about what all the other aspects they can learn at that age. By the time, you know, they're 12 or 15 or whatever, now they've exponentially moved their creativity to a next level that a generation before would have taken years.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Anybody else? Controversies? Are we too positive right now?
More reinforcing, I suppose.
Back down into the
As a quick comment, I just wanted to say it was reassuring to hear. I was at a talk last year, and Harvey Mason Jr. was there, the CEO of the Academy, the Recording Academy, which runs the Grammys functionally, and he was saying, you know, looking back, like Mozart wouldn't say the Beatles sucked. It's like they were using different tools and just like operating in the zeitgeist of what they could make possible, and they were all clearly very talented people. So I thought that was profound. That stuck with me, so I like that.
Yeah, no, I like that. I'll use that in the future.
I used it in my talk earlier today.
Perfect. Hey. All right, so let's see. Anything left here that is... Okay, how about, I mean, we kind of covered this a little bit, but does AI actually enhance human creativity, or does it devalue it?
I'm incredibly biased to this. So I think it's an enhancement. It has allowed me to move through several genres where you would previously get stuck into whatever you had the opportunity to do first, right? It opened up a lot of doors and a lot of and gave me the opportunity to meet a lot of amazing artists because I could meet them on their playing field with it. So
Nice. But now here's the challenge question to that. Or are we entering the realm of, when the calculator was released and now nobody knows how to do math anymore, right? Because you're just doing it on the calculator. So maybe for more amateur artists, is it possible that we're actually devaluing or maybe unlearning or de-emphasizing the mastery and the craft of the mastery?
For me, I look at that hot take. That type of question, it instantly kind of gets me a bit on my heels about it because that feels like when people said rap wasn't music. Right?
Yeah.
And it feels like when like the electric guitar is not music. It feels like the Gutenberg press, like why should the poor be able to read? You get what I mean? So like there's
or the Beatles with their multi-track recorders.
Yeah, so my answer is going to be like absolutely not, right? Like
Yeah, I completely agree. Short answer, absolutely not. Longer answer is going to be, I think that this is an interesting kind of misconception that we have. So the way that these models work is that they just go out and they replicate old ideas that have been created, right? So they're just going out, they're learning, they're figuring out, okay, these are all of our past ideas and how can we make something that looks kind of new, but it's really just built on the old stuff, for lack of a better term. And so I think that in the future, like when we start having like the next version of what the art style is going to be. So like, for example, in the past, we've had like the Renaissance era. We've had a lot of different types of art, and C. Craig could probably speak to that a lot better than I could. But in the future, I don't see AI as the driver of the next era of what art would be. I see that as like the human artist role. And I think that that's kind of where that boundary ends, right? And so I think that we can use AI as a tool, but I don't see it as this like huge replacement for what humans can already do.
Right. But maybe it'd be part of the feedback loop there. Right?
Maybe,
so
yeah.
Pushing the boundaries with generative AI and the new kind of styles and ideas coming out of that, then influencing master artists that then develop their whole new style.
Yeah, and maybe it's for showing, for ideating, for showing people, here are some of the different ways that you could go in this new direction or new style of art. But it's not going to come up with that brand new style of art. We need a human to be able to do that.
Right. Fascinating. Yep. All right, any further questions from the audience? Yes.
I do have a quick comment to answer her question. You guys were talking about calculator. I remember the days when I was doing calculus by hand, and one of my classmates, like actually my entire class was doing it on calculator, and I was able to do that faster than they could on the calculator. But then 6 months later, I started asking myself why. Like, why would I want to expend all my brain power to do that what if I'm 2 seconds faster, right? Like I would much rather, growing up by training, I was taught not to use calculator because it's cheating. But then I embraced the tool so I can use my brain power to do other things. And then again, to answer your question, and then in my past life as an engineer, I worked at IBM, I worked at Boeing. This may come as a shock to some of you, but Boeing was building airplanes on a spreadsheet. And when I saw that, I was like, wow, like why do they need us? Just give it as a spreadsheet. 17 hours later, they have a new model for in AutoCAD or in CATIA, they have this new 3D thing. They say, well, that just build a foundation of the airplane. You can't go to production with that, but it's just to save you time. So I feel like AI is a tool, but if people feel like it's gonna overtake, our ability to survive, we're gonna become slaves. Again, I think the education has to come from all of us here. Like, in our social media feeds, we spread the more of a utopian concept than dystopian concept, because the dystopian concept, to me, even as a former scientist, I feel like it's really popular because it's really feeding off of human nature, right? Like we tend to do more when we're scared of something than if we have something good to aim for. But in this case, I feel like if AI is the platform, the tool it's more like a wake-up call for people to pick up their game and do more, rather than feeling like, oh, I can just sit back and warm the chair and all of a sudden I have a paycheck. No, like there's so much more to life than just sitting around and feeling comfortable. I feel that people have a lot to offer, and if they don't feel that internally, I think AI is going to wake them up.
I mean, I love that, man, and the only pushback I have on any of that at all, because I think that's extremely true. The difference is, like, with my team in particular, the folks that I build with, we're like the Goonies, man. Like we never say die. We jump in first. Like, and the great thing about jumping into the abyss with us is nobody jumps alone, right? So when I showed y'all those images, right, every single one of those images, once it got to my team, that concept got better, right? The humans involved made it better because they were like, oh, what about this? What about that? If they say something that doesn't right, like, oh, that's a different movie, but mark that down, let's go there. And then they get back on track, and then they enhance. And that's something that, I don't particularly have a want to have that conversation with, like what Scarlett Johansson and Her, right? Where it's just like, oh, it's just this feedback loop of AI, but I would much rather sit down with my team, show them the starting point, and then they start to do their things, because I have never left a meeting disappointed, right?
Amazing. Yeah. Well, thank you for your time. We have more questions.
Sorry.
Please.
So
No, please, you're good.
Could the panel just pretend that you were advising the chief government regulator? What practical tips or wisdom would you share? Because I think Facebook at one time was a utopian concept that was going to advance democracy, and maybe it did some of those things, but they still hauled Zuckerberg in front of several congressional committees. They asked questions they should have asked 10 years ago or 15 years ago, before all the carnage on teenagers, especially teenage girls. So you're at the start of all this. What would you say, hey, guys, keep an eye on these things as this all gets implemented? And it's really exciting, but it's not just exciting.
No, I totally agree that regulation is non-existent right now. It's totally non-existent. I mean, we're still waiting for regulation for social media. So, how many years has that been, just like you said? So the first thing I heard was, like, I think the State of the Nation address, right? Biden's like, we should ban deepfakes, basically, right? Or using your voice, like, for your likeness. Regulation's extreme, but I personally almost want it, because if there is regulation, then it's all very clear. The playing ground is clear. All companies know how to operate within those guidelines and those frameworks, and there's some baseline from which we're operating, right? That's my own personal take on it. I think it's a complicated topic, but I'm curious, like, Gabby, you want to take that
I'm
one?
next. Okay, so speaking for my personal beliefs, not my company's, that's a really hard question. So I think that you hit the nail on the head by bringing in the social media issues. I think that the first thing that we need to figure out, like, before we can even figure out the copyright stuff, what it can be trained on, all of those issues, the first thing we need to figure out is who owns my data. Do I, as a user, own my data? If I go on Facebook, do they own my data? If I go publicly, who owns that, and who needs to moderate that? And I don't have an answer for that, but I hope that somebody will soon.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think that one of the things that we should really be paying attention to and looking into outside of our own data is terms and conditions,
right? It's kind of a joke to us at this point that we just kind of scroll through, click, agree, and then be like, what are they doing with my image, right? Like, we told you, fam. But the other thing is that we have to recognize, as much as I don't like to, I partition my mind for art and entertainment, and then whatever is going to be done with it to wreck the world, right? I can't think about that all day long, because crack is illegal and they sell it every day, man, right? So like it's a hard thing to just say once we regulate something, it ends instantly, right? So it's what can we do to help people feel safe? I live in a society. I think all of you live in societies, right? Societies have the things that make them feel most comfortable. And this group of people now live in this particular society because these rules make them feel most comfortable. Whatever is the outlook of the community in which I live and the community in which I work that they feel comfortable with, I can excel in, because I had a professor that told us, let your limitations be your liberation, right? No matter what wind up being the rules, it's going to be better than zero, right? So if it gets rolled back more than what we have access to now, but we still have the ability to do certain types of images and certain things like that, it's still going to be the future. It's still going to be incredible. Whatever helps the society that I am a part of and whatever groups I'm a part of feel comfortable, I feel comfortable with. Hopefully that's helpful.
That was a perfect answer. I can't add anything to that. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. So in music, right, we have, so for like hip hop, like we have nowadays, anybody can go on YouTube, anybody can find a sample, anybody can download it, and they can get to chopping it up in whatever their DAW is, right?
Right.
But so we see that some of the major producers or whatever still, want to sample vinyl. They still want to hold the crate, look through the record stores or whatever it may be, right? To find that. So, and that just gives them a better feeling. I mean, all art is really about the feeling, right? So like, at what point do you, even knowing that you do have these tools like at your disposal, at what point are you just like, I know I can use AI for this, but I kind of just want to do it?
It's seasoned to taste, my brother. Like always, right? Like the best picture winner was it was shot on film, right? IMAX, but still film, right? So that's in part of who you are as a creative and what you love. Like having a tool at your disposal. Like right now, we could all use some type of AI to respond to all our text messages. I guarantee we don't. Right, but we could, right? That technology is there. It's been there for at least a couple years, right? But so just because something is there now, if you're an early adopter to those types of things, that's also what makes you the type of director that you are, or the type of photographer you are, or writer you are. So it's always going to be a personal choice and what you feel like advances your own storytelling abilities, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, nice. And I think there's also something that's like from neuroscience perspectives, there's been this thing with the computers and typing and everybody's with their thumbs these days. But there's a whole movement of people that are moving back to paper and pen, and they're drawing and they're writing. They're even moving to back to cursive handwriting. And they're finding that actually helps the brain a lot. And you're actually building these neural pathways that lead to a lot more creativity. So I think there's a lot to be said about just kind of the embodied human mastery of something and what that informs you. So you said seasoned to taste. So there we go, seasoned to taste. Thank you everybody for your time. I encourage you as a challenge for me, if you go into Wowzer, you can start for free, and you can just try prompting the edgiest things that you think would be wrong for the world. And if you find something like that is actually wrong, that hits these controversies in a negative way that you want us to solve, send me the message. Okay.
And then the CIA will be in contact with y'all right after that.
Thank you so much. That's our part for the day. I just want a special thank you to Wowza for making this afternoon work. That was 2 fantastic panels. If anybody loved what C. Craig was wearing, we've got a few T-shirts left. We want to get rid of them, so help yourself. People have been offering to buy them, so take advantage of that because they're free. And yeah, brilliant event. I just want to say thank you to all of our partners: Wowza, Dell, Flaunt, Activision, Geek. Everybody has really made this all work really, really well, and it's all resonated straight back to our title, which was Staying Human in a Digital World. So thank you very much. Stick around, have a drink, and have a nice South by Southwest. Bye.
Testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing.
All right, my name is Spencer Hulse with Grit Daily. I'm glad to be here with you guys today. Joining me on stage, and I'm about to get off, but joining me for now, are Roger Dooley. He's a keynote speaker and author of Friction and Brainfluence, as well as a Forbes contributor. And then we have Danny Tomsett, founder and CEO of Unique. And they're going to talk about the rise of living, breathing AI as it becomes more human-like and harder to differentiate between the people around you.
Great. Thanks so much, Spencer. And Danny, it's great to be here with you. I understand, since we're going to be talking about Sophie and your unique AI, that you actually have a demo that I think for the folks watching here would be interesting to see that first, and then we can proceed with the conversation.
Yeah, that sounds good. Not everyone hears the phrase digital human and knows exactly what we're talking about, but particularly in the world of AI, digital humans are interactive, high-fidelity avatars that you can talk with, they engage with you, they have personality. But I could talk for ages, and you'd all imagine a lot of different things. So we're going to show a quick video now to get everyone on the same page. So can we cue that? I can cue that.
For decades, we've dreamed of interacting with personified AI. The idea has been popularized by books, gaming, and film, with famous examples like Data from Star Trek and C-3PO from Star Wars. With recent developments in AI technology, such as ChatGPT, realistic voice synthesis, and MetaHuman, we're now much closer to realizing that dream. But there's one critical component that's needed, and that's the ability to imbue the AI with a sense of presence and aliveness. And that's why we created Synonym, a synthetic animation system that is inspired by human behavior. Its architecture includes a combination of AI components to process contextual input and generate behavior for digital humans. At Unique, we believe to create truly memorable and impactful experiences, digital humans need to feel alive. They should be situationally aware. Through their perception, they're able to see the world and react accordingly. They should move naturally in a way that feels organic and alive. And they should express themselves with emotion and feeling in order to really connect with us. Every digital human is unique, and creators can take the director's chair by defining a personality for their digital human and even directly influence interactions with inline tagging. Using Synonym on our Unique platform, you'll be able to create a wide range of digital humans. From product geniuses that have unlimited patience and care when helping with complex buying decisions, to teachers with empathy that guide and inspire any topic of your choice. You could even create historical figures that serve as our memories, helping us learn about and experience the past. Right now, we're only scratching the surface of what's possible. With Synonym, we're bringing the metaverse to life.
All right, so there you have it.
Very cool. And I have played with this a little bit on your website, Danny, and Sophie, who is the most commonly viewed AI or sim, is really uncannily human-like. It doesn't quite cross Uncanny Valley where you think you're talking to a human, but all the little mannerisms and whatnot. A couple things I noticed were that she, rather than sitting robot-like staring at the camera, she tends to move around a little bit. Her expressions change. She blinks. What are the factors that go into making an AI seem convincingly human?
So I think what's really important, I think, with AI like this, is really understanding that trust is so key to creating good outcomes. And we make Sophie intentionally not make you feel like, is this actually human or not? That's not the first impression we want. We want people to actually know that we're intentionally not human and that it is AI. And that first step of trust then goes to the next, which is, well, what is this experience going to do for me? What is this actually going to be like, right? And most people have a problem they're trying to solve where they use digital humans, whether that's trying to learn a product, trying to understand how to navigate a service, or even training, right? And so then it's about the natural engagement that we already instinctively know how to do as humans, right? Like, you're reading my body language right now. I'm reading your body language, the way that you're nodding as I'm talking, the way that my breathing rate might change if I'm a little nervous sitting here in front of everyone. These things our brains are picking up on all the time, and we're not always conscious of that, but it is something that's happening. And that's why we design those things, because it can actually move into something that feels far too robotic, far too uncanny if it's just sitting there moving a mouth like this, right? And so when we create these more natural human-like characteristics and animations, it brings a level of comfort, again, flowing into trust. And we'll talk a little bit more, I'm sure, today about where that actually then plays out for value, right? What kind of value is that creating? But that's why we do it, and that's why she moves and breathes and does the things you just talked about.
Yeah, I am a big believer in the importance of empathy for marketers and businesses in general, particularly when a customer has a problem. I'm curious, can Sophie or any of your Sims, can they express an appropriate emotion? If, say, you work with some telecom companies, I noticed, somebody calls in and, gee, I just dropped my phone onto concrete and it's smashed. Clearly, a human at that point would probably say, oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. And I'm sure that, well, can she, sort of recognize that that is a sad problem for the customer and respond accordingly? And would her appearance reflect that?
Yes. This is the most amazing thing, I think. Centered around information and search. So despite all efforts to design, really great UI and how that kind of helps us find information, answers questions, self-service, nothing wrong with any of that. But the missing piece, as we become more and more reliant on self-service and digital channels, is that human touch, which is what you just talked about, which is empathy. It's about understanding that there's emotion, not just logic, involved in every interaction. And emotion often is ignored with human to machine because it's very hard to address until now. This is why digital humans are actually something that will become a part of everyone's life here. Like, we don't interact with digital humans every day, but mark my words, remember this moment. You will interact with digital humans every day within the next 10 years. It will just be very normal because of this reason. So talk about telecommunications companies. So one of our clients, they're up here. So Max from Deutsche Telekom. So their big problem when they first engaged with us was telecommunications products are complex for some people. Not everyone knows what a gigabyte is. Not everyone knows how many wireless access points you need in your home. All these types of things. And so for someone who comes on their website for self-service, choose your plan. How many access points do you need? They had the hypothesis that was, if we could address the emotions of intimidation and doubt, we could increase our conversion. Well, it just so happens to be true. The digital human was able to listen to people, just use their own language, which can be multilingual, but it can also just be talking normal, right? Like, man, I got 4 kids. These kids are gaming all the time. We do some Netflix. Like, I don't know what I need, but this is the starting point. And then the digital human's able to listen and then take that. And instead of information search, guess what we're able to do now? It feels hyper-personalized and it's matching. It's now saying, hey, hearing what you're saying, I actually think this will be the right plan for you. Now, just if you could tell me how many bedrooms in the house, I could probably recommend how many access points you need as well. And Deutsche Telekom, they went on stage and said they increased conversion by 580% just in that case. Purely, not because the information was different, just because it addressed the emotion and they just made it feel more personalized and more human. And that's the power of this type of technology. The age that we live in is no longer information age. We're about to step into experience age. And everything changes because design needs to be for emotion, not just information.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting. And I think when you get into even, say, areas like tech support, where you've got relatively complex issues, I mean, there's huge, depending on the company, huge knowledge base, many million things that can go wrong with products. Can you integrate, say, a company's knowledge base? Can you integrate a million past phone conversations and like which solutions worked? Because I had a problem with my own telecom company not too long ago. Excellent company, they're seamless global service. They just show up in a country and it works. Except I was in the middle of Dublin for a speech, and suddenly on the street it stopped working. And I had to find a pub, connect to Wi-Fi, and it took me literally an hour and a half of chatting with 3 humans to finally resolve the problem. And the ultimate resolution was ticking off one tiny little box. But to me, I was thinking, I'm not looking for human interaction here, all I want is the answer. And I think that a well-trained AI, theoretically at least, could have drilled right down to the correct answer instead of going through the sort of mindless scripts of, have you rebooted your phone, do this, do that, and so on. Is it at that level at this point where it can solve these kinds of problems?
Yeah, then there's actually 2 really interesting points in those statements of your experience, right? The first is the technology ready? I think actually probably the biggest disruption will be in contact center. I think the technology is sufficient because the data's been there, and now we have large language models and technology that you can effectively create safe boundaries around that data and information. And we're already hearing of contact centers that have basically taken up to 70% of their traffic away. Some are easier than others, some are more prepared than others, but this will certainly be one of the biggest disruptive areas. The second point that you make, though, is I don't really need a human, I just need the answer, right? And I think that's really important when we're talking about living, breathing AI like digital humans. those use cases as well. The best way I can describe it is human to human comparative. So if Anthony and I are friends, which we are, I'm actually not going to video FaceTime him for everything, right? Sometimes I just text message him and say, are you actually going to be here to watch me speak and laugh at my jokes? You know, like I'll just text him that. But if I'm actually trying to work out something and I feel like an interaction is important, what are the emotions? Like before Deutsche Telekom, good example, intimidation, doubt. I feel like an interaction will give me confidence and trust. Therefore, that's a really good use case for this type of technology. So it's not a one-size-fits-all in AI. It's about assessing what is the actual need of the person and the problem they're trying to solve, and what's the best modality to solve that. For your problem, actually, you know, I think an asynchronous like message or something could have been perfect. And you just ask your question and then something comes back saying sorted, this is the answer, right? And there's nothing wrong with obviously that modality and the match. But for this, you know, you need to think about what is the emotions that need to be addressed.
You know, there is, I noticed just a bit of lag in response where it does whatever it has to do to respond. It seems like in some kind of text chatting message, that's normal. I mean, even if you're dealing with a human rep, sometimes they go away for a really long time, and it's very annoying because they're handling 3 other calls or something. But for a voice chat, say over a phone, just a plain voice chat, we're not looking at somebody's face. Is that response fast enough? Do you fill that gap somehow?
Yeah, I think it's always going to get quicker too. Real time is hard. Real time is, you know, compared to a human-to-human conversation, that's the benchmark, and that's where you have to perform to. And we have customers that are able to do that because they put everything very close together in the data center. And some of our customers, and even unique, you know, we just use cloud services and point APIs all over the place, and you can get 4-second kind of delays, sometimes a little bit longer. And the shortest answer is you want to make that quicker, and it's going to be quicker because I don't know if anyone who's following. There's a company called Grok, and you know, inferencing now on a large language model is sub 1 second. And so when you think about how fast that is now to get the answer, for technology like this, we can take something in sub 1 second and plug it in. Now we're in the sub 2 second response times. And I think that's the exciting thing, is whatever you experience today, like hold your breath. And as long as you hold that breath, by the time you release it, there is something just made that better, faster, quicker. And so that's what's really exciting.
Right, maybe a few little clicking sounds to simulate typing, which some companies do, make it seem that it's actually working to find the answer for a few seconds. But yeah, that's great. Now, what do you envision a typical business call center looking like 5 years down the road? I mean, right now you've got sort of various levels of support where the like least trained reps and, you know, the tier 2 and tier 3 and so on. Obviously, AI can take over a portion of that work. We just saw Klarna, I think, fintech company, who announced that they had cut 800 outsourced call center people. And they made a point, these weren't our people that we cut, but I mean, they were someplace. And that's clearly what's going to keep happening. What do you think that call center is going to look like? Will there be any humans, or how will that be structured?
Well, I think you know, really what we're talking about is a really disruptive conversation. You know, like I actually think like countries like Philippines and places like that, they're the other ones I actually really worry about. And I don't know enough about what their government's doing, because I actually think, you know, outsourced contact centers will be the first to be impacted in a really big way. And I think to answer your question directly, there will always be a need for human support in a way that we deal with edge cases, the way that we don't tolerate machines to have a level of autonomy to make certain decisions. You know, they have to fall in line with policy. But there's so much grey. The world is not black and white. And inside that grey, it can be technical. That grey can be like more social. And so there's always going to be a need to have humans. What I would also stress is that it's not that we're going to have a shortage of roles for people because of AI. Like a lot of the customers we deal with, like they're literally creating operating models where you have huge numbers of new hires that are curating, QAing, building policy, like design. Like when I talk about emotional design, like not many people like have that skill set today. That's a new skill set coming through as they think about how conversation and conversation design affects that. So net, we're going to have a lot of new roles and a lot of growth. And then also considering some areas of our lives are impacted because there's not enough human resources. And I think this is so important. Like our healthcare system, you know, it's understaffed, you know, and there's the highest rate of burnout we've seen across doctors and nurses. And if you're connected family members or in that industry, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. How do you solve that problem? You can't just create humans. So now we have this amazing opportunity where AI can actually augment and supplement some of the responsibilities that free them up and take a lot of stress. You know, we do a lot of work even like in post-op. So if you've had heart surgery, we created a cardiac coach. So it's able to help people understand how the statins and other medications affecting them, all the questions that you have post-op. Today, that's mostly dealt with a brochure and a pamphlet and one meeting as you leave the hospital. You know, we have over $100 billion problem of readmittance because people try to figure things out themselves because there's no one else to do, or the cost is too high. And so they end up back and getting surgery, being really unwell. And tragically, some people, you know, die and are sick for a long time because of this. This is a problem that is so solvable today with the technology we have today. Now it's about brave people actually looking into the innovation and really starting to prove this out, test it out, figure out the edge cases. And that's what I love about this technology is it's an equalizer as well. Education's another one. Like we're helping kids who are in areas that don't have access to really great educators, and we're teaching them technology skills. We're helping them actually learn interview skills and how to apply for a job and just all these things that this technology now can, because it's a real-time conversation that is more human, that's responsive to you. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Danny, you threw out the term emotional design, which I think is really important. It's been used in many contexts. Talk about how you design for emotion.
Yeah, well, I'm probably the least qualified person in some ways. We have people that are very good at doing this, and they'll laugh if they see this. So anyway, but the way I think about it, often we design today with user experience around user journeys, and so you can map out a user journey, and you think about, you know, the various points of friction, the goals of the user as they are obviously trying to navigate your experience, your digital offering. And the level of emotional design that really influences that is, instead of like just looking at the friction points from a technology point of view, like a lot of like e-commerce sites are looking at friction, like how fast load times are, you know, what is the cart abandonment rates, all these different things that are important. They don't go away. But I think one of the things that you're not asking is, you know, what is the emotion of the person coming into this? And I'll use this example again because it's so easy and I've already told the outcome. If intimidation is an emotion, where does that come from? It comes from the likelihood that it feels like the stakes are really high and that the knowledge and confidence in oneself to actually make the right decision is lacking, right? And so how do you then turn that into a conversation that goes straight to the root of that emotion? And sometimes it's just validation. You know, a lot of us feel so much better even when we're validated. It feels like someone actually just understands, they put themselves in our shoes, right? So it's like, hey, I can understand that these kind of decisions can be hard and there's a lot of technical terms here. But I just want to assure you, you just tell me what you need and I'm going to provide a recommendation for you today. That is just the start of the emotional design, bringing you back towards confidence and trust and away from intimidation and doubt. So that there changes the game with conversion.
You know, many humans aren't all that good at empathy and understanding how what they're saying might affect the customer. Just did an article about a cruise line that rescheduled a ship, inconveniencing the passengers where most would miss their flights going home for a corporate photo shoot. And they said, we're doing this, we will reimburse you for any costs you incur if you incur those costs. And that was it. To me, the biggest problem wasn't that the whole concept, but the fact that they showed no recognition that their best customers were suddenly going to be thrown into chaos in the middle of their vacation because of this change. And I'm pretty sure you could even ask ChatGPT that question. Gee, we're going to reschedule something. What might customers perceive here? And it would tell you exactly what their problems would be. So that's great. What are some of the more unusual applications you've looked at or been approached about?
Well, I don't know if any have really stood out as unusual. I mean, we get to see a lot, right? And I mean, we've seen everything from dating apps. So, you know, can my digital version of myself date your digital version, work out if it will be a good date, and then if it is, then we'll actually decide to meet in real life. So there's been a few of those. But, you know, when I dig into it and I talk to the founder a bit more, you know, like dating safety is a real challenge, right? And for a lot of people, this is like a way of building a level of trust. I don't know if it would work or not, but it's valid kind of thinking behind it. For us, you know, we see like some really great areas though. I mean, I do this not just because I want to create a big business, but I actually just do it because I care about the impact. And so for me, the things that have really just changed my life, one of the earliest digital humans that we did, we helped people with disabilities navigate a government website. 400,000 people in Australia, and they were struggling to actually navigate this site, and they needed to use this site to get access to welfare, to actually live, food, support, services, equipment. And so, again, the CIO of that government department was one of those brave people that I talk about, who said, you know, I don't know how we're going to fix this website and whether we can even fix it. Why don't we try put a digital person there that can interact with people and just help them? And it changed their lives. It changed my life. We would get like calls and videos from people like crying, saying how amazing it was that they can actually use this now. And it's those things that I care about. You know, like I talked about the education. I've talked about healthcare. I mean, we were working with kids with autism, and what people, may or may not realize is there are amazing organizations out there that are working with kids with autism to bring them into the workforce, and they're phenomenal at certain areas like in AI, data. Like it was such an eye-opener for me. But the biggest challenge is like employers not knowing how to manage a workforce who obviously now they have to understand how autism affects this conversation. And I'm trying to do a performance review and all these things. So we create things like digital humans that give a coach to the employer and a coach to obviously the young employee who's now able to understand things as well the other way. Those are the kind of things that I think just really get me out of bed. So to answer your question.
You mentioned coaching a few times. I think one of your users is a coach who did you create a digital version of him? Like, could you create a digital Roger that I could put on my website that would look like me and sound like me and answer questions using my knowledge base? Or do you mostly stick with the more generic humans?
Yeah, we mostly stick with, obviously creating a brand ambassador. But brand ambassadors already exist, and you can absolutely, create a digital version of yourself, right? And that people can interact with. And we've done that several times. We've obviously worked with like Anand Mahindra from Mahindra. We did Einstein. We've had sports stars and celebrities. We've done some work in wellness, bringing celebrities into the wellness experience to encourage men to talk more about their issues and things like that. So yeah, we definitely do that. I think the interesting insight and learning for that is like, think about creating a digital version of yourself, and who's going to control what your digital version says, and what are you going to let yourself talk about? And it becomes quite a harder problem than just creating a fictitious. Like Anand Mahindra had a really good one where we asked him questions in the QA process. Does he like playing golf? And the answer was actually, I believe, accurate, which he talked about all these exclusive golf courses around the world that he plays. But obviously for him, that's terrible. He's a super humble guy who doesn't want to be seen as like this billionaire who lives this lavish lifestyle and only plays on these courses. So it's that balance where knowledge may be true, but it's not necessarily how you would communicate and share that. So cloning yourself as a digital form, 100% possible. The hardest part is how do you want to curate that? And we work very closely to solve that problem, but it's much harder than a fictitious character.
Right, I would guess. And like in my case, I wouldn't want it to be a complete me, but just say drawing on books and writing and whatnot, answer questions. And I had limited results. I tried that with ChatGPT and Bard, and it gave very generic answers to questions that I asked it rather than something that sounded like me. But Claude 2 actually did a pretty good job, and Claude 3 just came out, so I'm anxious to give that a whirl. But again, just drawing on the knowledge that it had sucked in from books that were probably pirated and sucked in or through the internet, it gave a very credible answer. So to me, that would be useful for people who want to provide advice, can't respond to everybody individually, but could still provide a useful service. You're talking about simplifying interacting with the government agency. Now, you're from New Zealand. I don't know if you've ever had to deal with the U.S. tax system. It is horrendously complicated. 90% of U.S. taxpayers either use a professional preparer or they use tax software simply because the process itself is so difficult. Have you thought at all about providing a user-friendly front end for the U.S. tax system? Because basically that's what made Intuit rich. They turned the forms into sort of an interview process, but obviously without digital avatars.
Yeah, so I brought the accent over here. I actually live here, so in the US. So I've had the fortunate experience of obviously navigating that system. And like every day I think about things where this will be a much bigger improvement. Again, let's take this as an example. Let's take something like TurboTax or Intuit or what that might look like. Great services, and the interview itself is helpful, whether that would be in a human form or whether in chat form. Now you're starting to think about like what's the actual emotional value in here to have a visual representation, right? And I think something where you start getting into complexity where now someone's actually getting a sense of, I don't actually know the answer to the question you're asking, right? Is this going to cost me something? Is this now? So now I've got like this level where if you can provide more conversational and visual experience to say, hey, I'm the expert, I can take care of this. I can ask you this question. If you don't know the answers, don't worry, we've got a way to still work through this. And now I'm creating an ambassador. And that ambassador now flows through to my marketing. Now TurboTax sell like the Turbo Coach and whatever. So before you know it, you've got like the Geico Gecko of TurboTax. But you talk to, that is trusted. And marketing are able to put all the right messages around that says, we will make sure we help you navigate in such a way that your family, your finances, your life is safe. And when you combine that with the real-time interaction, the brand ambassador, and how you bring all that together, I think that's viable. I think that actually adds real value. And I think the biggest value probably trying to add in there from a TurboTax point of view is digital containment. I think what happens is when anyone starts to get those kind of levels, they're going straight to on the phone using higher cost resources, and I think that's what they'll be trying to keep it more running through digital containment. Makes it a much more high margin service for them.
Right. Well, even today, as good as the products like TurboTax are, they tend to be more or less a flow chart where ask the question, get an answer, then it goes something else. If you search for help, it uses fairly straightforward keyword search, as opposed to the more nuanced discussion that you could have with AI, where it would interpret your emotional state and try and interpret they're asking this, but what do they really mean, and that sort of thing. So that could be a killer app. Is there a killer app that you think this is going to be best for? Where do you see it going from here?
Yeah, so we work obviously with hundreds of organizations now. So some of them are listed here, but the actual my favorite kind of use cases where I just think it's undeniable outside of just the impact. The impact ones I love, but they require someone to be brave. They require those, but where it's like bread and butter for what we do, it's two particular areas. So the first is in training. So a digital human can simulate a human conversation really well. So if you think about like onboarding, or sales training, if anyone here runs a sales org. So salespeople, they practice on customers when they're getting started. You know how much pipeline you burn when you practice on customers? Millions of millions. So you put a digital human in place that a salesperson, as part of their onboarding, can practice. It's testing them for their sales skills, testing them for messaging. There's a number of like behavioral nuances that you're looking for as well, and you can actually assess that against successful salespeople in your organization and see how that actually is performing, and then that is giving the person, the individual, because role play, I don't know if anyone here has done role play, but role play can be intimidating when you're doing it in front of your boss or things like that. But if you're doing it with a digital human, you can just practice over and over again, right? So it's pretty exciting, that area, and that doesn't have to be for sales training. That can be for any training. And so I love training with this technology. It makes a lot of sense. I don't think there's any technology that can really do this well except this area. I talked about a little bit about Deutsche Telekom, but it's what we call product geniuses. And I think product geniuses are really helping people understand complex products. And I think that's a really great area to have a conversation that really helps you navigate making a good decision. Nothing I've ever seen works as well as this type of technology. Obviously, I talked about, their 580% conversion uplift. That's not uncommon across all our customers, and when they're applying that. So we call them product geniuses, but you could say, product experts or, customer concierge to help people through navigating some of the complexities in the journey, and that's a really good use.
Yeah, I like that. It's because there you're really going beyond these sort of entry-level conversation that's scripted into something that's much higher level, but you're still able to do it. And I think the role play example is great too, because I've seen role plays at training where suddenly somebody's picked out and said, okay, we've just taught you this technique, now you're going to try it on this person. And clearly that is a high stress situation, and sometimes it works well, but other times not so much. But the ability to just do it privately and go back and do it again, or with variations. Anything else you'd like to add at this point, Danny?
Well, I can actually, because there's always questions and the rest. So that's Sophie as well. So if anyone wants to talk to Sophie, she's on our website. Just as we experience of it as well, and kind of I guess feel for yourself what that actually is like as an experience. I think it's really important. And I guess the only other, the other points, that I make is, the way that we experience this technology is primarily through 2D screens today. But I really sense that I think the future in spatial computing is going to be really, really important. Obviously, Vision Pro came out with a really good price tag, but it's the version 1, and it won't take long till version 2 and 3 are in the market, and you'll have really strong competition. Oculus not going to sit down, or MetaQuest and the rest. So that's going to be a fascinating space as well, because the immersion will be another killer app for this type of AI technology, where we can put ourselves in simulated experience that just aren't conversational, but there'll be environments, and I think that's going to open up new areas of training. Again, you could probably look at different areas of healthcare, physio, wellness. We're pretty excited about that space as well, and really enjoy talking to people about what they might be thinking about in that space, so I can get an understanding of where our roadmap needs to point to. So I'll put that out there as well. And clearly anyone that's interested in this technology, we want to have a conversation. So
great. Well, Danny, thank you so much.
It's great. Thank you.
And thank you.
All right, everybody. I'm back again, Spencer Hulse from Grit Daily. And today I'm introducing our next panel, which is Marketing to Humans in an AI World. Our host today is Chida Mastabek. She's the writer and consultant at CNN Turk and Aposto. And then joining her today are Justin Day, the founder of Swarm System, and Anna Hull Ward, our local legend here at Grit Daily House. She's on TV, she writes books, and she's the CEO of Circle Click Media. We're always glad to have her on stage.
Aww. Big hand for Spencer. You're amazing. You complete me. Thank you for the dog.
Welcome to our panel. I have two amazing creators, marketers, and builders here. And Ward and Justin A, welcome again. And you have both toys today.
I didn't get the memo. I like that we both did. No.
Yeah, I like your dog.
Thanks.
Can I pet it?
Yeah,
of course.
You need to introduce them.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm excited to chat with you today. We will take a deep dive into how we can utilize artificial intelligence in marketing. And I like to start with a story, if you like permission. Today, when I arrived at the office, I met our new marketing colleague. Her name is Gamma. And she started asking me about her tasks, and it was our first day, and yet she was already prepped and ready before everyone else, and which really impressed me. She had already explored our website and had her question line up, and then we quickly dove into discussion which process needed refining, the benefits these improvements will bring. And she already did it his proactive questions, she defined value proposition, and she suddenly pointed out its target customer profile and section on her screen, and having already identified a prospective customer fitting this profile. And it was impressive, right? And human-like interaction today I want to discuss with you. And I like to point this quote highlighted: artificial intelligence in marketing doesn't replace human intuition, it complements it, right? And it allows us to work smarter by automating repetitive tasks and providing insights for more strategic decision making. Yeah. Let's start with you, Anne. Yeah. Tell me about his about your toy before.
I was just given this robot dog, a lovely gift from Spencer. I haven't gotten to really play with it yet. I think everybody did. Maybe he needs battery, but I just, my husband said no more animals. So apparently 5 is too many. So we're going to digital, virtual, and robotic.
Okay. And I was wondering, your teammate, Circle Click, and creates custom strategies for each client, right? And how do you see AI helping to make these strategies even more personal?
I mean, I think I see that in maybe 5 to 10 years happening. I don't see that happening today. I think it helps me proofread my emails that I send to people as follow-ups. I think it might help me do maybe some research on a company or competitors, but these are clerical level suggestions. Anybody that I know that is using ChatGPT and tools, Bard or whatever we're now calling it, Gemini at work, it's more in a support, not in a leading role. I've not yet seen AI that can take my 20 plus years of experience and distill that into anything meaningful. That doesn't mean that we're not there yet. I would love us to be there, but I just don't see it yet.
Yeah, I agree. And Justin, are you recording me?
I sure am. That's right. This is all for clickbait, people. It's okay.
Okay. And you were really into using AI in content marketing, and I was wondering what is the most exciting part about it. And also, what has day by day digital tried out with AI that work well, and what needs to get it better?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. You know, where our team and where I'm using AI is to truly understand your target audience at a deep, deep, deep level so that we can create hyper personalized content. Now, we're not using it to copy and paste and to then just go straight out into the market. We're leveraging it to get us 60-80% of the way there, and then leveraging our team that are trained to then have quality assurance, make sure it's in the same brand, make sure it's on the brand tone of voice and everything like that. But when we do our target audience research and we understand these are repetitive tasks, right? So our team has built all these automations to truly understand at a very deep level whether that's the personality type or the demographics. Really, we've got a whole 100-point system to define our target audience so that everything that we put out for content marketing, whether that's SEO, social, is resonating with your target audience. That then eventually that nurtures those leads. It helps people make them feel like they're heard and understood. And that's the biggest part of content marketing out there is people want to feel heard and understood. And with leveraging tools like we've built, you're able to do that at a hyper specific level, but not have all the manual labor and hundreds and thousands of hours of research and development, right? So again, it's getting to 60 to 80% of the way there and then scaling it with your team.
Yeah, it's right. And how can brands maintain a genuine connection with their customers while adopting AI technologies? Like, for example, your clients is like, you think they're adopting an AI technologies and what their expectation from you and then from your company?
I think my client's expectation is to navigate the frontier of technology. Often it's being customer support for Google and other inept tools. I don't think there's any current AI expectation other than, we do get asked, should we use AI for this? I mean, we've used some, Mid-Journey and other tools to generate images. It's better than stock at this point in a lot of ways. And of course, if there's a repetitive task, crunching through data or information, parsing, maybe the viability of leads, sure, we could do that. But we always disclose, which I think is important, especially when you're an agency and you have another company's brand in your hands. You have to disclose if you are using those tools. But I don't think I've seen it yet at scale in a client-facing way or customer-facing way, so much as I have behind the scenes to shortcut research on the back end.
Yeah, actually, like you pointed, it's really good time because it's I want to talk also about with you, like as a marketer, our daily life, we are using tools, we are playing data, and we are just putting strategies depends of the data. We are doing content marketing strategy, depends of your target customers, and you have to play with data. And I was wondering, could both of you talk about the tools? What is your favorite tools? What is your favorite tools in AI and using for your customers or for your daily life? And for example, I made this presentation with Gamma app, which is they are making presentations with AI, and you can just you create content and visuals like that. It's so easier than before. What about you?
Yeah, sure. So, there are so many tools out there, and that's kind of the problem. It is a saturated market, and that's why I just launched AImarketingtools.com so that I can actually help small businesses understand what tools actually matter in the marketing space. And our team vets those and then records videos on how to use them and simplify it. Because I think a lot of the issue out there, just with any new technology, is overcomplication, as well as just the myths that are out there that it's complicated, it's not going to be around forever, it's not for me. I think ultimately empowering small businesses, at least for my clients, to get their time back and scale, and not necessarily have to break an arm and a leg to really afford a high-level agency, is where we drive. And I think the top three would have to be ChatGPT, Zapier, and then of course AImarketingtools.com. Shameless plug there, okay?
Yeah.
I'll have to check that out. Thank you. AI marketing tools, guys. I would say it depends on the situation. I use so many tools as an SEO, and I'm a technical SEO, right? So I came into SEO after being a developer for many years. So I'm looking at it, from a different lens for every project that I'm on. But I'd say personally, the first thing I really was like, okay, I can get on board with this was my headshots. I used TryItOn.ai for my headshots, and my hair looked amazing. I was like, I wish I had hair that good. Like no stylist has ever accomplished that. That was amazing to me. But again, you know, as a company that's creating content and doing these other things, it's in the video editing tools, it's in the you know, text editing. It's still pretty primitive, honestly. But as an SEO, I'm also not a stranger to AI because, you know, that's been on the back burner of AI for a long time. I mean, a lot of us in the industry were using Jarvis and other tools. Yeah. I don't think people are as much anymore, but, you know, I actually like Google Bard better than ChatGPT, but that's because my life forces me to have that relationship with Google. Oh. And I think with Gemini, they have an integration with the Google suite of tools, which I'm also, again, married to. So like Maps, email, you have somewhere logically to take the queries that you're making, and boom, it's in Maps, boom, it's in whatever. And so, you know, it makes that world a little more usable. You're not copy pasting everything. You know, it's a little more elegant, which is so crazy to me that I'm saying that about Google. But I mean,
thank you for honest feedback.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm already like exciting for next year. It's South by Southwest, right? And this year is really vibrant, and you're seeing like a lot of emerging technologies in person. But I can imagine for next year what is coming up. And I want to ask you both, like, what big change do you see coming in marketing in AI next 5 or 10 years? And like, how do you think they will affect the whole industry and like the way people behave?
Yeah, so I think the previous speaker hit it really well, is the experiential part of it. I think experiential marketing has been around for, you know, a while now, obviously, but now that we can pair that with AI, with hyper-personalized experiences, whether that's people wearing earbuds, walking through experiences that are different through others, or just, you know, holograms like out here at South by that they launched a couple nights ago. That experience is going to be totally different and something that's magical. I think what is produced is the magic that we're all seeing now. We had the software and the hardware come out over the last few years, and you know, AI has actually been around forever, but now it's more at the front because we're experiencing it. We're just now getting a taste. Just like with the Vision Pro, this is a peek into the future, and I think this year at South by is too, and it's so exponentially growing week, day, hour over hour. There's so many new tools and stuff coming out that by this time next year, I mean, we may not all be here. We're on here in our glasses, like who knows? But I think the experience part of it is where the opportunity is, and where, from a marketing standpoint, is really going to change the shift. Because what I'm starting to do now is my developers are working on, you know, experiences within the Apple Vision Pro to send leads and clients to be able to experience what it might be working with us, or a day in the office, or in the day in the life of things like that that have never been able to be used at this level, at this kind of scope, is just so exciting to me, and I just can't wait for next year. I mean, every day I'm just mind blown, so we'll see.
Yeah.
I admire your optimism and I share it, but I also have that little piece of me that is creeped out by how good we're getting. I coined a term for this a few years ago, digitralia, which is that it's basically a portmanteau of digital and penetralia, the insides of a building. It's like we have gotten too good, and we creep people out when we get too good. And so that's the name I came up with for that feeling. So I think, as a cautionary tale, I think we have to watch how good we get. Because I know people that think their phones are listening to them. They are. I know people that are very paranoid. And so as a marketer, I always try to walk that line of, yes, we can do this. Yes, we can call that data, but know that if you call this person, this is going to be their feeling. So I think we have to temper it with, we might be getting too good. Yeah. We can't forget that people want authentic relationships, and that by shortcutting the cycle, by knowing their interests or anticipating interests, harvesting them so succinctly, that we are going to risk, putting people off and we'll all become Luddites. which I think I might end up in a cabin in the woods somewhere sometimes. But in terms of predictions, I think in a technical sense, programmatic marketing has been hollowed out to some degree. I think AdWords, the tools for that, you've seen a lot like Optio and other tools come in that are very, very good. So sorry, ad guys and gals. I think we're going to see a hollowing out there too, because a lot of them want to be set it and forget it. And with the information at hand, they probably will.
Yeah. You want to add something?
Yeah, no, I love your take on that, and I totally agree because, like I said, the exponential growth day over day is, while it's cool, there's definitely that backseat that we all should be consciously aware of and scared of, and I think that's why currently, Elon is suing OpenAI because of the for-profit and, going after the next level of, wait, where is this going? This is happening really fast, and there's not a lot of checks and balances in place. And from a marketing standpoint, while it's awesome to get the personalized data and really make that happen in real time, what does that mean in a year? What does that mean in 10 years?
Well, how many communications are you having, audience, every day, every week, where you're going, is that human?
Yeah.
Like when you're talking in customer service and waiting for an agent, is that agent human? Like I'm having that thought in my head more and more, which I'm fine with, but then I just kind of get weird with it. But which I encourage all of you to as well.
Yeah, to that point too, and everything that we do as far as being customer facing, we're always upfront about using AI, and this is AI. I think otherwise trying to trick people or like make it streamlined as if that's going to help is such the wrong way to go about it. I think being forefront about how you're using it and being transparent is the key. Like anytime we're leveraging AI bots to book calls within our systems, we say, hey, this is an AI bot, right? Otherwise, we like the back and forth and making people feel like this is a person. And then, I mean, right now with AI chatbots, it goes off in a crazy direction. So you always got to be careful. But
right.
It's a weird place to be in right now. It's like, it's amazing, but we do have a responsibility to understand where this goes and not to turn into Terminator 10, right? It's like, where is it?
Yeah, I'm not afraid of that because that would require cross-coordination on a scale we've never seen between governmental agencies. But that's why I'm not afraid of Skynet. But I think my bigger prediction would be that in the next decade, as an internet marketer, I'd say AI, the top 10% of internet marketers will use AI to level out the bottom 90%. It's going to get automated.
It's not going anywhere, right? It
No.
really isn't.
No.
Yeah, exactly. And I like to, like, you highlighted it about your, like, recently project. I know you wrote a book, and I like to highlight it and known as like the mother of startups by CNN, and she's a like great entrepreneur and futurist author and Silicon Valley tech industry leader, and also like please and like talk about like recently like big move.
How great I am?
You're big next. Please.
My hype man's over there. What's next, I think, is I've been thinking about doing an update to my book, The SEO Battlefield, which came out in 2017. A lot of my predictions in the predictions chapter were actually dead on, and I think I want to go again and redo those, I think, for me. But really, my passion is in startups, helping growing startups. And as long as startups exist, I will be there to support them, hug them when they need it, slap them when they need that, and just grow them by any means necessary.
Amazing. What about your book?
Yeah, so I also launched an SEO book about last year's #1 bestseller on Amazon, and while I'm still in the SEO space, I'm really headed more so in the lead generation space, as that's ultimately the end result, right? But where we're really, our next steps is to leverage AI to simplify experience and data as much as possible. So instead of sending clients boring reports about, this is the conversion
they don't
rate,
read.
CPC, they never, literally, I did a presentation on this yesterday, they never read it, right? But now, instead of doing that, what I do is I take the AI, I take the data, I put that into Zapier or my AI, and then create short stories with videos or pictures so that my client can quickly understand what's going on and why, versus sending them boring reports. So leveraging this to be more creative, to be more understood by your clients so that you can increase retention and all that kind of good stuff. That's the next level that I'm trying to get to, and I am getting to, and I'm excited to see where that can go.
Thank you so much. I don't want to steal like our next session as we wrap up today's session. I want to thank you, and I want to also thank you, every one of you, like for joining us today, and thank you also Grid Daily team, like Justin, Spencer, Brian, and all of you. Let's connect, right?
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, hi everybody. I'm Spencer Holst with Grid Daily, and I'm introducing the last panel of our South by Southwest 2024 lineup. It is on exploring the frontiers of innovation. That includes AI, XR, and most importantly to some of our people up here, the metaverse. So our host for today is Emily Ullman. She's the editor of AR Insider and the chief media officer of Hopscotch Interactive, which is a media agency based in the Bay Area. Then we have Tim Porter, the CTO of ModTech Labs, Grace Ng, the founder of Mimes AI, and Tony Parisi, who has a long list of everything. He does everything. He's the founder of Metatron Studio, which is a studio for the metaverse. He is also an inventor, investor, and entrepreneur, and a musician who created Judgment Day, the musical. So it's going to be a fun panel.
Thank you, Spencer.
Okay, so welcome everybody, and hey, to my panelists here, I am so excited to be on this panel with you all today. This is going to be awesome because you know what, you guys? These guys are artists. Okay, they're artists and entrepreneurs, and all of them have a really interesting story to how they got here, from their different lives and what brought them here to this moment where we are exploring the frontiers of innovation, which include all of the above, right? AR, AI, metaverse. So why don't we kick things off? Actually, Tim, why don't you tell us a little bit about ModTech and what you're working on?
Sure. So ModTech Labs is a AI-powered, massively amazing tool that helps creators in film. So one of the biggest things that we actually do is we actually enable artists to be able to do what they need to do. Biggest thing we focus on recently is part of ModOpti. So many of the creators that we work with are switching over from either film or they're coming from film over to real-time production. Anybody seen The Mandalorian, LED walls, fun things like that? So there's a huge change that's happening in the industry, and so you have a lot of artists who absolutely feel like they're missing out on being able to push all of their feelings forward, and that the tools are holding them back. And so we're making these enablement tools to make sure that their assets actually play back the way that they want to, so they can bring those really big ideas down to what they feel is a very constrained environment. So that's us in a nutshell.
Awesome. And Grace, if you can share with us, you have launched a new platform, mimes.ai, and which will also be rebranded as Playhouse, I understand. Can you please tell us about that?
Yeah, sure. So Playhouse, or mimes.ai, is a 3D animation platform, and it is enabling easier metaverse creation for anyone with an idea. So we use AI to automate the hardest parts of 3D animation, and ultimately our prototype right now is already working in all the headsets, and so anyone with a story idea can come into our platform, easily create their stories in 3D, and then bring it onto the headset.
Okay, great. And Tony, you are here. You said earlier today, which I thought was so interesting, you said you've been to South by Southwest 9 times. Is that correct? But this
That's my 9th in a row, I think.
But this is the first time you're here as an artist. So this has been a real shift for you, and you've, changed your day job. Tell us what you're up to.
Yeah, so my background is for the last 30 or so years, I've been a technologist, primarily working in real-time 3D graphics, which has actually been and the metaverse, which have been a thing that long, inspired by Snow Crash, Neuromancer, all those early cyberpunk novels of the 90s. And I was working on creating infrastructure for delivering 3D graphics over your internet connection, which at the time I started was a modem, a dial-up modem, that, those things that go beep boop, you may have heard about them. And working on computers that sometimes you still needed to plug a card into to get your 3D graphics. And so we've certainly come a long way. The devices we have in our pockets are supercomputers, and these VR headsets are amazing. Oh, by the way, I expect by next year's Grit Daily, everyone will be wearing a Vision Pro up on the panel.
Not
I
just
saw
the last
the
guy.
panelists wearing an Apple Vision Pro in the last session. Yeah, so it's incredible how far the tech has come. And I was always working on the software side of that. But before I was doing that, I've been a musician my whole life. I was at the piano stool next to my dad, who was a working musician, from the age of 3. And I was always doing music projects and composing and doing a bunch of stuff on the side. But my two halves were split apart between doing the tech, which was all innovative and fun, and always doing music on the side. And so even though I've had a long and somewhat storied career doing 3D tech, including working at Unity, working at Lamina One with Neil Stevenson, none other than for the last year and a half or so before I pivoted last summer. And I pivoted to just work on art and music. And I'm working with my wife, Marina, who's in the audience here. She's creating visuals for an NFT collection around the musical that Spence mentioned. So, yeah, I'm having a good time, and I'm doing a gig here tonight for the first time ever at South by Southwest, so I'm super excited.
That is so awesome. I love that, actually, also that it's come full circle for you, that you're back to music and that this all still fits into the story. So, and the metaverse is also a through line for everybody on this panel. And I think that, of course, Tony's written extensively on it. Grace has also been creating some of the most successful, actually, your NFT collection, just to blow everybody's mind here, was the largest NFT collection to sell out entirely 9,000 NFTs. And so, and I think that that's also been a real wind beneath your wings in what you're doing now. So I wanted to just say that one of my burning questions is, where does generative AI fit into your creative process? And, where do you want it to live? Because that's a choice, right? Where does it live in your creative process?
Is that for me?
Yeah, that's for you.
Okay. So yeah, so for me, I'm at the intersection of AI, Web3, and metaverse technologies. So I was previously, I launched this NFT collection on Bitcoin and sold out, and then I started doing a lot of world building around the characters because my fans, my audience really loved all the characters that I drew, and then so I started creating all these like animated films, and that's how I got kind of into filmmaking, which I always wanted to do, but I never had the tools to do it. I never, I always wanted to be doing like Hollywood productions, but as an indie creator, it's so hard to do. And so that is my excitement over AI right now, because the onslaught of AI tools has made it more accessible for an indie creator like me to be able to build the world or the film that I'm imagining. And so I got started about over 2 years ago, where I was working on my animated films, and it was a whole animated series. And my collection is called Crash Punks. It's inspired by Snow Crash. And
right, there it is. There it is again, everyone.
So
Neil Stephenson
we live
everywhere.
in Neil's world. This
is
accept it.
And then now it turns out I'm building the metaverse on the blockchain, because that's the direction we're working towards. So basically, I started creating these films, and then when I started off, I was handwriting the script. I was, it was before GPT came along, so I never wrote an actual film script before, so I was researching and doing it all manually. But then halfway through, so I was working on it back in July 2022, and then shortly, so initially I did it all old school. I had a motion capture studio where I was doing traditional motion capturing, and that usually costs $15,000 a day to rent out. And so I was doing all of that, but then within a few weeks in, GPT launched, DALL-E launched, and all of these tools started launching, and I was like in the early beta, and then that's when I started using it, and I was storyboarding with it, and so I immediately switched over, and the result was I was able to produce my animated short film in 30 days with a team. I was the only full-time person, and I just had 4 contractors, and I spent $5,000 in order to make this animated short film, which everyone said it was impossible to do. But because of AI and because of my resourcefulness, I was able to use it for all, I was the only voice actor for all of my characters. Initially, I did have a celebrity voice actor, but then he was SAG affiliated and my project's not, so he had to drop out, and then I just pitched my voice, passed it through AI, and I sounded exactly like him. And so that was kind of
What?
Yeah, so that was, and then I did all the motion capture for my, using AI, and so I was at the forefront of it, and then I saw how it could possibly displace creatives, because initially I had hired a concept artist, and then halfway through I didn't need the concept artist anymore, and so I literally saw the creatives I was initially hiring, I saw that I didn't need to hire them anymore. But then as an artist, I also felt very empowered to be able to tell the story.
I see. And so maybe, Tim, you could just tack onto that as a tool for creators. I'd love to hear your feedback on that.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a couple of different tools that also help creatives be able to do what they need to do. So many of the creatives that we deal with want to take everyday objects and put them into whatever production that they're working on. And then as well, if anybody's working a lot in Metaverse, the thing that you'll realize is that each one of the Metaverse platforms have different requirements. They have different amount of RAM that they can take, polygon, all the way throughout. All of them need to be entirely different. So what we have is a bunch of different scanning tools that actually can scan things that are shine, chain, reflective, refractive, doing nerfs, Gaussian splats, things like that. And then we also have AI that is generative throughout the entire process to be able to do that transmogrification. So you have something that looks like this, and then it needs to work in either Metaverse, it needs to work in a game, or all the way up and down. There is a considerable amount of changes that happen in just the mesh itself, in the textures, so that it can look the way that it's supposed to. And then as well, actually fit the performance pipeline and the requirements that need to happen. So not nearly as sexy as, I put in a prompt and I get an idea, but what kind of comes out of it is that freedom. Here's the nasty bits nobody wants to play with, and here's a tool that you just go, boop, and I'm good to go. So,
Tony, please. The creator economy also is something I want to talk to you about. If you
well, let's do AI for a second, then we'll get to that. Yeah. So I am an AI hypocrite. I stood on a stage at South by Southwest last year and said, AI is going to kill us all. I mean, we don't have, we don't need to worry about general AI yet, but it's coming. And my big fear is that unscrupulous money people give emotionally immature founder people money, and they build something that's going to destroy us all, which is, I think, a reasonable general fear to have, seeing the history of technology over the last decade or so and what it can do for good or ill. That said, I use AI tools all the time. I'll give a couple of examples right now. So my musical Judgment Day that I was talking about, it is a rock opera, if you will. It's mostly rock and roll, about the end of the world. And it's heavy-duty stuff. And it's very spiritually themed. And the NFT collection we have is an oracle deck. It is like a tarot deck. And Marina and I do divinations for our NFT collectors. We read divinations. Well, the deep secret of our divination ability is I fed a model to ChatGPT and told it what the deck was. And, I told it was like a tarot deck. Here, it's in 4 suits. There's numbered cards. There's special animals and symbols that go with it. And it went and found all the meanings of all the stuff based on it, all the lore of Western magic that it could find. And so when we get on an X space and I do a reading for someone, I'm like, let me consult the oracle. And then I type over into my little chat GPT model, and it tells me what the 4 of air with a unicorn and a grail might mean to the querent. And, tarot readings are amazing anyway. That's a whole other, subtopic. But, yeah, so we use ChatGPT for that. So that's one way that I'm definitely a hypocrite. Another way is I make music, and I hate the idea of someone coming along and saying, I can use AI to be a musician. But I would love it if I did not need to hire a producer to mix and master my music. So I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth. Yeah,
That's wow. Yeah, that's a very interesting thought there. So speaking of that, I guess that this is what I want to talk about creator economy, but I think that one of the things that I hear and every time I'm listening to folks talk, I'm like, well, what comes first? Is it art or is it entrepreneurship? Which is this a battle of is this I guess you know what I mean? Like,
well,
yin-yang,
in fact,
where are
Grace
we
and
at?
I have a panel on this at South by Official. Quick plug on Wednesday at 11:30 at the Convention Center about that. So Grace and I are doing a panel to talk deep on that with 2 other creators, creator economy and how artists are entrepreneurs. I just had to jump and make sure people put it up, favorite that thing.
Favorite that
Come
thing.
it,
But
yes.
maybe you guys can give us a little preview of some of the thoughts that you have on this, art versus entrepreneurship. Are they different? Are they the same? Where do you stand?
That's been a dilemma internally for me for so long, because I've always been an artist first, but then I got into technology because it was a way to build what I wanted to see as an artist. And so I got into building technology, and I think it's come full circle because now I've combined a lot of my entrepreneurial skills with art, and I think and I used to teach at art universities, teaching artists how to generate revenue for their projects, and so I think it's really one and the same. I think. Because both artists and entrepreneurs are trying to create something out of nothing and trying to create something that's in their mind that maybe the world doesn't believe in or doesn't see yet, and they're just trying to build that. I think the difference is that for entrepreneurs, there's more emphasis on the revenue and the business model, and for artists, it's really just creating whatever you want. And then I think for artists, going to how to figure out how to monetize, it's really about thinking about. Well, it's a bit controversial because on one hand, with social media and how you can do marketing for your art first, so that you can get a sense and you can see the analytics, you can get a sense of what the audience resonates with, and the music industry does this, and try to figure out what the audience resonates with, and then kind of guide your art towards that. And so that's how artists can think about that. But then on the other hand, I've heard pushback from artists being like, oh no, but I want to stay true to just whatever I want to create. And I think Web3 also enables that more too, because now you can just make whatever weird thing you want, and then as long as you find your first 1,000 fans, your true fans.
Right. I want to dive into I want to dive into that with you a little bit later, because I know you have a background in actually product market fit. You did that for 10 years, so we can actually pick her brain on the science behind it. So I want to come back to that. But yeah, Tony.
I just want to, I mean, Grace summed it up nicely, especially what we're going to talk about at this panel. I just want to say what I'm seeing the trend, at least with independent musicians, is they're becoming CEOs more and more. They're really running their whole project. All the digital tools we use to do everything, to make the content, to get it discovered, to distribute it, they're getting easier, they're getting cheaper. And people who take advantage of that can run their own businesses now and don't have to be the other kind of person that Grace is talking about. Some artists just don't want to focus on any of that, but the ones that do now have all the tools at their disposal to kind of become their own CEOs and run their own businesses. And that's an interesting change, at least when it comes to musicians. I think we've always seen it with the ones that lean in really hard in any generation, you know, especially when indie labels crop up, when someone's frustrated because they're not getting their music heard. But we're seeing it more than ever with the tools of Web3 and now being able to produce and create things much more easily. So super exciting.
I actually started my career as an artist. So I graduated Full Sail with a degree in computer animation. And the biggest thing for me was I moved my way up to being an art director, and then I started noticing the problems that my team was having. There was deficiencies, the tools that they were using really sucked, nobody really understood what was going on. And so I started diving deeper and deeper into the tools and started, you know, picking up little scripts and things like that so that I could help enable them. And so I think in the end, you know, when we're talking about this, I think the art has to drive the entrepreneurship. There's no way for you to go, oh, I have just this money-making idea, it's just a shill. In the end, you have to have something in it that makes people's hearts get larger and makes us all feel something. And that is, sure, you can do cash grabs, you know, there are plenty that are out there, but those are being found out easier and easier and easier as we're moving along, and people are getting more savvy at, you know, stuff that is very much just vaporware. So in the end, put your heart first, and then what will come out of it is the tools that make and enable the world to be a better place.
Absolutely. Okay, so I love the also the sense that that AI, and as we wind it back a little bit to the metaverse, is that, you know, it's the infinite potential, right? Is that we can make it whatever we want it to be. Maybe AI will make it whatever it wants it to be, potentially. But we certainly have this endless amount of potential that we are dealing with. I want to know, you know, where do you guys see this heading? I mean, it's obviously very positive right now. I mean, we've got a lot of great stuff happening, but is the end of the world coming? I feel like people ask me this anyway. They say, and Tony, you alluded to it at the beginning, saying, look, like, you know, I'm not sure, perhaps. And Judgment Day is a little bit foreboding. Tell us.
Well, I mean, to be clear, to go really meta on this, every era of human history, we always think the world's ending. There's always some huge set of challenges around it. A lot of it is rooted in, we have myths in every major religion about it, right? So who knows? I mean, clearly, I think, again, I was saying this, the last decade or so of technology has alerted us to the dangers of the tools we make going out of control, potentially, you know, harming us in really bad ways. And so AI clearly has that potential. And so, I don't know, I'm really on the fence about it. Again, my deepest concerns are about ethics around the development of new technologies in this area. Again, just because the last decade has shown us how out of control it can get, how quickly, right?
I think something that a lot of people don't talk about when we're talking about AI and generative AI and LLMs and all that jazz is that actually low-skilled workers are helped more than higher skilled workers are. And so it's something that you can take somebody who's just graduated college and you go, hey, cool, here's your project manager, and it's OpenAI. And it's not something that you have to think about. It's something that it can manage and help itself. And then as we're moving towards metaverses, I think one of the really interesting things that we're seeing is that brands are definitely getting on board. As much as they saw the hype and that it sounded like they kind of pulled back, they really kind of pulled back because of what was happening in film and television with the strikes and things like that. There's a lot that is happening underneath the hood that you should absolutely expect Ready Player One level things to start moving forward. So.
Yeah, I want to build on both of your points. So I've been very concerned about AI ethics. So actually the animated film series I'm working on is about biodata privacy in the metaverse, and it's about AI avatars who are populating the metaverse to seduce humans. And so there's that, just to like raise awareness of that. And then on the other hand, it really is enabling. I think right now I see both sides, because what I think a lot about when I'm building my product is how do I create more jobs for people who are getting displaced. And so it's not just about AI displacing people, but we can empower more people and also enable them to see the potential of what they can create with AI. But really, I think it's a mindset shift, because the people I've encountered who are afraid of AI are, maybe they just like focused on their skills, but like what we need right now is just like more imagination and vision and like human-centric creativity, and AI is just the tool to express that. And so I think if there's a paradigm shift between just like really focusing on the skills, but more about like, the human stories, or the what can we do as humans that AI cannot, and be able to do more of that. Yeah.
Well, so I think that's amazing, Grace, and I love that sentiment. Tim, I'm shocked to hear you say that, because I've been hearing only the opposite when it comes to less skilled and junior people in any craft or production business, that those are the folks that are going to not have jobs because the AI can do such menial stuff. So
There
is nuance to this?
Both. There is a nuance to this, and obviously that is because higher skilled workers then can be more productive. And so it's not to say that the lower skilled workers aren't being more helped. It's that the higher skilled workers and the people that are our friends and how production works and things like that are going to continue to be able to take on, instead of one project, you can take on 5 projects. And the thing is, in the interim, and this is something I've worked on, my career was building tools at studios before this, before starting this company. The whole thing is, in the beginning, there will be this push to reduce people and to reduce what's going on, but it always snaps back. We always brought more people back in, because when an artist is freed of all of the construction and all of the things that weigh them down, sure, you give them 3 days to do something, and then you take off the, they're going to make more beautiful things within that same 3 days. And so I actually think, feeding this all back around into the big circle it is enabling. And then you're allowed to have more voices. People that are like, I don't know how to use Maya, but maybe I can use this generative to 3D asset thing, and I can get my idea out. And then you can do this little diorama, and then, the real artist can come in and like really slam it out.
I want to build on that, because recently I've had an experience where I was one of my clients is he worked on The Mandalorian, and he is very traditional 3D and everything. But then for me, as someone who did not study 3D animation, but I've always wanted to do 3D animation, I built this tool for myself, and then now I'm able to just like kit bash and like use AI to construct the scene, show the concept, be able to work with my client and communicate over the story without needing the skills of the rigging and the modeling and everything that was weighing me down, because I tried to do all that, but I was just like, oh my God, it's so many things to learn. Yeah.
Absolutely. So I think that, as I hear you all speak, I'm reminded of this fact, which is, I don't know if it's a fact. I'm going to pretend it's a fact right now, which is that basically I've never met an artist that wanted to spend more time doing sort of the administrative load, right? That every artist I've ever met, and this goes for perhaps all of us in a way, we've all wanted to have more time to spend doing the things that are important to us and the things that have meaning for us. And so on that note, since this is probably our last question, I'd love it if you could just all share with me what you're most inspired about in your work, or perhaps you could maybe an inspiration or the thing that has surprised you the most now that you're doing this work.
So for me, it has been the speed at which tools are becoming much easier to integrate within entire products and production pipelines. So previously, if you had to go ahead and do this AI model, it was weeks before you could even get a test out, and then by the end of it, it's blah, blah. Everything from Hugging Face to much easier to integrate models are out there. And this really does allow us to have this digital playground where artists can sit there with somebody who is tech-enabled and eventually non-tech enabled. Like, I really am working for a world that people like me don't exist. I really do think that the artists should have it all in their hands. And so that is what really makes my heart sing, is to try to make a world where artists are just able to like stick their fingers in and like sculpt the world. So that's me.
Yeah, same. I think as an artist, I felt very dejected just even over 2 years ago. I'm a music artist as well, so I've released my songs as a virtual music avatar, and I was trying to build my like 3D music video, and I was learning all the game engine. Artists, I would need to have a music record label in order to do this. I need the production budget, but then I started building these tools so that it can be more accessible, and so I think that's what inspiring me, because I feel like when we have tools that are more accessible, then I believe that everyone is an artist, everyone is a creator, everyone has a story to tell, and we just didn't have the tools to do that. And so if we can make these tools accessible, then we have more representation, we have more voices, we have more culture representation around the world.
All right, take us home, Tony.
I love those. Well, I'm going to take it in a completely different direction, though. So the last day job I had was working at a blockchain company. And it's not because I like blockchain technology, and it's not because I understand any of the math of cryptography. It just, I glaze over when I hear this stuff. It's like, it makes no sense to me. I'm a 3D guy. But what I like about what has been going on in Web3, rugs and scams and all the black eyes aside that it's had over the last few years, is that it offers a path to financial sovereignty to more creators. And I don't think you can have creative freedom on the tool side without also being able to have it on the financial side. So that is the last thing I did in tech when I was working in the industry was devoted to that. And I'm following it on now as from the creator side. But to me, that is key. That is key. There's been so many large technology platforms that have been extractive and exploitive to artists. And to the extent that we can counterbalance that with tools that give people financial freedom as well as creative freedom, that's all to the good. And that was a big surprise to me over the last couple of years that I'd be that into this. And I think it's a really positive development for society.
Well, absolutely. And I think even tonight, your show, I feel like there's just something special about the way that people are contributing to the artists even tonight here at South by.
Well, it's all Web3 musicians. So these are musicians who sell their music as NFTs, including myself. So
yeah, where's the show?
It's at Shiner's Saloon. It's on 3rd and Congress, so it's right in the heart of everything. Easy peasy if you're at the JW Convention Center, anywhere. Doors open at 7. I will go on around 9, but you want to see the first artist is at 8. You want to see everyone. They're pop people, rock people, folk, jazz, some hip hop artists. So it's a real diverse slate. And and every one of these people has launched successful, sold out NFT collections with their music and some collectible art. It's so cool.
So cool. And we've only just scratched the surface, you guys. So Tony, Grace, Tim, thank you so much. The Grit Daily House, thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
There we go.
Thank you, Emily. It was awesome.
Thank you.